Audio check, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. Sounds good? All right, perfect. Yep. Check, check, 1, 2. So we don't send the video to camera. I don't need it, but I send it too soon. Okay, good.
Good morning, everyone. Can I invite everybody to get sitting? We are beginning shortly. Good morning, Minister Xie Yuan, Professor David Lampton, Professor Gordon Holden, our distinguished panelists, and all our participants physically here and also virtually. We'd like to extend a warm welcome all of you to ICAS 2023 Annual Conference. My name is Nong Hong. I am the Executive Director of the Institute for China-American Studies. As an independent think tank based here in Washington, D.C., ICA's job is to facilitate exchange of ideas and research on many of the key issues affecting or concerning the U.S.-China relations. We are so delighted to have you here in person after 4 years gap. Our last full in-person conference went all the way back to April 2019. Before we start, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our co-organizers and also strategy partners, China's National Institute for South China Sea Studies and the China Institute of University of Alberta of Canada, and the Carter Center, and also Beijing Club for International Dialogue. I think it's through our cooperation, working with these organizations, that we're being able to put together today's program to facilitate discussion on many of the crucial topics on U.S.-China relations. Let me just say a few words about the background of today's conference. During our last year annual conference, we've been trying to discuss the prospect of U.S.-China relations in 2023, following the U.S. midterm election and Chinese 20-party Congress. So I think it's our believing that in the past year, we've been seeing a backdrop of intensified competition in various arenas of U.S.-China relations. So simultaneously, efforts and endeavors to address the disparity and pursue cooperation persist. This development carries extensive ramifications for the Asia-Pacific region and also many other global affairs. So during the meeting in Bali in November 2022, U.S. President Joe Biden and the Chinese President Xi Jinping outlined a framework for guardrails in their bilateral relations. So what's important now is we're asking the question whether the two sides will be able to take some concrete measures to maintain and manage these bilateral relations. So the key question is to mitigate the foreseeable challenge, managing foreseeing crisis, and address existing obstacles. We're taking from there that we try to frame this year's theme as stopping great rhinos, handling black swans, and removing the tiger blocking the way. So in light of these circumstances, and this year ICAS 2023 Annual Conference, we're so excited to bring together so many leading experts in China-U.S. relations to evaluate the prevailing challenges and also investigate potential outlook of U.S.-China relations in 2024. We're eager to hear the insight from our esteemed panelists as they contribute to this important discourse. Without further ado, now let me invite Dr. Wu Shiquan to give his opening remark. Dr. Wu served as the chair of Academic Advisor Board of the Institute for China-American Studies, and he's also the founding president of China's National Institute for South China Sea Studies. Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Hong, Minister Xie Yuan, Professor Dr. Lampton, Professor Gordon Holden, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to express my appreciation to our Chinese and American experts and academics who are attending the 2023 annual conference of the Institute for China-American Studies here in Washington, D.C. It has established in 2015, so far almost running for 8 years. So this is the first time for the Institute to have an in-person meeting here in 4 years. So last meeting in person was in 2019. So I'm very happy to meet my American friends who I have not seen for more than 4 years. Some of them we met either in China, Professor Lampton, Professor Holden. We met in April in Hainan this year. So now I would like to take this opportunity to share my personal observations on China-US relations, just in order to facilitate our incoming discussions. I believe that history has come to a moment to test the wisdom of the Chinese and American governments, and even the whole humanity. I'm confident that we can make history and create a new world of peaceful coexistence among greater powers. I have some opinions about this issue. First, the society trap only represents the past, not the future. Rather than simply repeating itself, history keeps opening up a new path and seeking ways of coexistence. History will never allow China and the United States to repeat the society's trap, because it could mean the destruction of the civilization, even the destruction of the earth. Second, the Russian-Ukraine conflict and the Israeli-Palestinian war have warned and continue to warn mankind that starting a war before thinking twice is a crazy and criminal act against oneself, their fellows, and even their opponents. The world will fall into darkness without winners. Third, China and the United States can transcend their past confrontation over interests and move towards harmonious coexistence and win-win outcomes. The two countries can learn from the other in cultural exchanges, with much to offer and nourish the other. Innovation in new technology and new energy are opening up a new path for mankind to go beyond fossil energy. China and the United States do not need to compete for resources in a zero-sum game as a greater power did in the past. As the world's largest developed economy, China has rapidly developing its domestic market, offering a path towards a virtuous cycle of internal supply and demand. In the future, China can basically meet its own needs in development without the industrial relocation and the market of the United States and Europe. It will become the largest market in the world, in my opinion. This will take away of historical basis of the society's trap. China and the United States can empower the other with positive incentives from their own development. Fourth, the academic communities in China and the United States needed to make an intellectual contribution to exchanges between our two countries in political, economic, scientific, technological, social, and other fields. With the forward-looking vision and the firmness to rescue our relations, we needed to work closely to help remove risks in our relationship for its stable and long-term development. Finally, I would like to share with you my personal experience in friendly exchanges with the United States. From my college days to my career in government and academic research, I'm always struck by the extreme importance of the China-US friendship. So I would like to say a few words from the bottom of my heart. Several years ago, Professor Lampton warned that the bilateral relationship of China and the United States was at a tipping point. Dr. Henry Kissinger said that the bilateral relationship couldn't return to the past. Dr. Graham Allison, the Harvard University professor, projected that our two countries could fall into the Thucydides trap. Now, I have no intention to comment on each of those remarks, but I do share their concerns about the future of our relationship. I still remember, in April 2019, I attended an academic conference in Atlanta. Carter Center, Professor Liu Yaowei is here to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic relations between China and the United States. During that event, former President Jimmy Carter shared those vivid episodes of his engagement with Mr. Deng Xiaoping. He said that he hoped both Chinese and American attendees cherish our bilateral relationship and the achievement we have accomplished over the last 4 decades. I'm personally an eyewitness of those achievements and the development of bilateral relationship. I studied and worked at Nanjing University for over a decade in 1980s and earlier 1990s. During those years, I witnessed the establishment of Johns Hopkins University, Nanjing University Center for the Chinese and American Studies, now Hopkins Nanjing Center, and the awarding of honorary doctoral degree to former U.S. President Junior George Bush by Nanjing University. The Hopkins Nanjing Center remains one of the most important landmarks of China-US cultural exchanges and educational cooperation. In 1997, I participated for the first time the International Visitors Program. This program initiated and organized by the U.S. Information Agency, USIA, during which I experienced firsthand how different social and interest groups influence U.S. foreign policy. This trip left a strong mark in my following professional career. When I worked in Hainan province, the southernmost province of China, an island province, and I was responsible for its foreign affairs. I served as a head of Hainan provincial foreign affairs for more than 10 years. I pushed for the sister relationship between the Hainan province and the state of Hawaii. And also, I was involved in dealing with the April 2001 EP3 incident. My academic background and my professional career also influenced the my next generation. My daughter was majored in English at college and went to Purdue University of the United States for her master's degree. She got her first job at a U.S. company running in China, Accenture in Beijing, after she returned to China 6 or 7 years ago. Just like me and my family, millions of Chinese share such kind of diverse connections with the United States. I have a very hard time to imagine the type and the level of decoupling that American politicians seek to achieve. Economic decoupling is not one of my topics today. I'm just stressing my feeling about forcing American people to cut people-to-people ties with their Chinese friends. Based on my experience and my understanding about the engagement, connection, and the communication between our two countries and our two peoples over the past 4 decades, economic decoupling seems to be an illusion. For many of us today, we are gathering here to fostering a stable, a healthy bilateral relationship. We have a shared aspiration. Our two countries enjoy peaceful and stable ties. Our two people maintain friendly connection, and our next generation do not have to pay the price for our wrong decisions today and inherit our current hostility. In conclusion, it's my hope that this annual conference will once again come up with vibrant ideas and solutions to many challenges we are facing now, to replace rivalry with collaboration, exclusivity with inclusivity, and challenges with opportunities, and articulate a new paradigm of ties that could reset the China-US relationship and bring it back onto a stable track, at least for the next quarter century. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for your great remark and then your kind words about the conference. And we also appreciate your willingness to share with us your personal experience in the U.S.-China relations. Now, please join me in welcoming Deputy Chief of Mission and Minister Xie Feng from China's Embassy in the United States of America, and Professor David Lenton, Professor Emeritus of China Studies at School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University, to share their views on the China-U.S. relations. The keynote dialogue will be moderated by Professor Gordon Holden. He's Director, Emeritus of China Institute, University of Alberta, and from Canada. Gordon is also a key member of ICAS Advisory Board. Please.
I can begin, I believe. Can you hear me clearly? Thank you very much, first of all, to Hong Nong from ICAS and Dr. Wu from the National Institute of South China Sea Studies. It's been my great pleasure to work with these individuals who have devoted their lives to foreign policy interests of China, particularly in the case of U.S.-China relations. Everyone in this room knows already that the obvious, that what happens between Beijing and Washington is critical to the peace and stability of the world. I come from a much smaller country, Canada, and while I've devoted much of my life to that relationship, our relationship with China, the truth is that if you could tell me in detail the state of of U.S.-China relations going forward, I could tell you, I think, a lot about where we would be, that is Canada, in terms of our relationship with China as well. We're profoundly affected by that. We're in this year, 2023, I would argue a year of great disarray. The Ukraine war, the first major armed conflict in Europe, tensions obviously during the Cold War, but a negative development then. Just in recent weeks, what's happening in the Middle East. These are two, but also overhanging this is what I would regard as the negative state of U.S.-China relations. I hope to hear other points of view, and from both Minister Xu and from David Lambton. But I have deep concerns. I've been coming to some of these meetings, either in China or here in the United States, and it seems that each one there are new problems that have emerged, and some of the substantive structural problems have not been solved. There also is, of course, the risks of the accidental, the unexpected, which could plunge that relationship into crisis. I was delighted to hear, reminded by Minister Xu that she's worked earlier, she had responsibility for Canada-China relations. When she was there, I think things were rather more positive than they have been in the immediate last couple of years. But these relationships are going to be important for the whole duration of this century. And that relationship, Beijing-Washington, is key, I think, to the stability of the world political and economic system. Madam Xu, could I invite you to give your remarks on that relationship, please? But what I'm particularly interested in is the question of your expectations for the bilateral, which is coming up next month, between the two presidents, President Biden and President Xi, and what are your expectations for that critical meeting? Your choice, but you can speak from here if you wish. You can speak from here or go to the...
I would prefer to give my, opening remarks behind the podium here. I just feel standing makes me feel more comfortable. So I can look at the whole room and look at each and everybody of you. Lots of people talked about the lessons of the pandemic. I think one lesson, which is very important is, although no matter how advanced information technology can be, in-person dialogue and communication is irreplaceable. Professor Holden talked about the China-US relationship and also briefly touched upon the China-Canada relationship, which I oversaw before I joined the Chinese embassy in the United States for the second time. And also Professor Wu Shichun's remarks brought back lots of very, very fond memories. I can say the memories of the good old times in China-US relationship. I don't think it is the right venue to discuss China-Canada relationship. If I have the chance to talk about it, I think I'll be more than happy to do so because I can also tell lots of old happy memories of that relationship. But today I'd like to mainly focus on China-U.S. relationship. With joint efforts from both sides, the China-U.S. relationship has seen some positive developments recently. The most noticeable one, I think, is the increased numbers in exchanges and dialogues. Last week, President Xi Jinping met with the bipartisan delegation of the of U.S. Senate, led by Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in Beijing. Mr. Wu Shichun, in his remarks, talked about the important role of U.S. Congress can play in this bilateral relationship. Actually, soon after the ice-breaking visit by President Nixon in 1972, after he returned, he advised the U.S. Congress that you might want to pay a visit to China by yourselves. And actually, those visits did take place. Actually, first, Senator Mansfield from Montana led a bipartisan Senate group to visit China. And I cannot remember the name of the U.S. House representative who led the other chambers bilateral group to visit China. It will be very interesting to read the reports they wrote to the White House or to the U.S. public after they returned to China, because they were surprised to see China was such a different country than what they have learned from U.S. media or what they have imagined on their own minds. And I think and I hope that the bipartisan congressional delegation led by Majority Leader Chuck Schumer can also help he and his members to at least change a little bit of their perception on China. But what I want to share with you today is some thoughts discussed between President Xi Jinping and this very important congressional delegation. I believe there are 4 key messages delivered by my president, President Xi Jinping. First, the way China and the U.S. get along with each other bears on the future of all mankind. Our 2 countries are respectively the largest developing country and the largest developed one. And the 2 are the leading economies in the world. Cooperation between China and the U.S. is good for both and the world at large, while confrontation harms all sides. In global governance, China-U.S. cooperation may not solve all problems, but no problem can be solved without such cooperation. President Xi has said many times, including to several U.S. presidents, that there are 1,000 reasons to get the China-U.S. relationship right, and there is no single reason to mess it up. This is especially true today. And the U.S. should demonstrate the broad-mindedness, vision, and readiness, rise to the occasion, act with a sense of responsibility to history, to the people, and to the world, and properly handle the bilateral relationship. Second, I think the second message delivered by President Xi is defining the entire China-U.S. relationship by competition would undercut both countries as well as the rest of the world. Competition and confrontation goes against the trend of the times. Still less can it fix one's own problems and address the challenges facing humanity. China and the U.S. are the two largest economies, and both are nuclear weapon states. Any conflict or confrontation between us would produce no winner, but bring unbearable consequences to the world. The planet Earth is vast enough to accommodate the respective development and common prosperity of China and the U.S. Taking China as the primary competitor and the most serious long-term challenge is a big misperception. China respects U.S. interest and does not seek the challenge or displace the United States. I'm just quoting exactly what was said by President Xi Jinping to President Biden, but he repeated this idea when he met with the U.S. Congress delegation. Respective success of China and the U.S. is an opportunity rather than a challenge to each other. The future of all peoples, countries, and individuals are interconnected. This wouldn't be changed by anyone or any force. In building a common community with a shared future for mankind, China pursues one world, one family, and the U.S. is certainly a part of it. We hope that will be the case. The Belt and, last evening, the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation is open in Beijing. China sincerely invited the U.S. to participate, both when the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, was first proposed and when the first Belt and Road Forum was held. We reached out. We even sent a delegation to the White House to explain what was our intention. But unfortunately, the U.S. side refused our invitation. Today, this initiative has benefited more than 150 countries, established more than 3,000 cooperation projects, created 420,000 local jobs, and has become a global public good welcomed by the international community. We hope that it will also be welcomed by the United States. Third, win-win cooperation is the only viable choice for China and the U.S. Today's world is far from tranquil, with more instability and uncertainty. The global economy struggles to recover. The nuclear issue on the Korean Peninsula has been lingering on for a long time. And the Ukraine crisis and the Palestinian-Israel conflict have not only devastated lives, but also disrupted global energy security, food security, and supply chains. The climate crisis is looming, and global public health challenges are severe. Nuclear safety is still hard to guarantee, and the major issues of setting rules and regulations for the development of artificial intelligence are ahead of us. I hope and I believe most of you have noticed that Dr. Kissinger expressed many times his concern on this issue, on what is the best way to set rules and regulations for the development of AI. And the list can go on and on. China and the US used to work together on many things, from intensifying macroeconomic policy coordination, tackling the financial crisis, and fighting Ebola, to facilitating the signing of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action on the Iranian nuclear issue, the JCPOA, and the Paris Accord on climate change. The two countries once worked together on international development assistance as well. China-US cooperation has offered a lot to both countries and the world at large. Going forward, we believe, and President Xi Jinping believes, whether it is promoting global growth or stabilizing international industrial and supply chains, whether it is stabilizing regional situations or meeting common challenges, whether it is addressing immediate challenges or opening up new frontiers. Nothing gets done without cooperation and coordination between our two countries. This, I believe, reflects the shared desire of the two peoples and meets the common expectation of the people across the world. Fourth, the two sides should work together to find the right way to get along in the new era. The three principles outlined by President Xi Jinping, namely mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation, represent the right direction for the development of bilateral relations. Mutual respect is prerequisite for our interactions. China and the United States differ in many, many ways. China will by no means become the United States, and neither will the US become another China. Therefore, both sides should respect their people's choice of development path and respect each other's core interests and development rights. But it seems to us that in our daily discourse with our colleagues at White House, at State Department, and other government, US government officials, they have huge problem in acknowledging the importance of mutual respect. We just cannot understand why. Peaceful coexistence is the red line we must keep on. No conflict or confrontation and a peaceful coexistence between China and the United States is the most basic common interest of our two countries. Any form of Cold War, hot war, trade war, or tech war is undesirable. The Chinese side welcomes the US side's important commitment to China-US relationship. And more importantly, we hope that the US side can implement with real actions. We need real actions, much more than just words. Win-win cooperation is the goal that both parties should strive for, and is also the natural result after the first two principles are observed. So I would just stop here. Thank you very much.
Can I now invite David Yu to give an American perspective, please?
Well, good morning. Good to see everybody this bright and early, chipper in the morning. I want to thank you, Minister Xu, for those remarks, and I look forward to the plenary and our individual discussion. I guess the first thing to say is I wanted to mention what my old friend, Professor Wu, had to say. And there's a very human dimension to our relationship, and I think to everybody in this room, one way or another, that's sort of the key dimension as well as state to state. And we've been invited in our remarks here to talk about the state to state relationship. And that's not good, it's conflictual, and it's getting worse. But there is another level to this relationship, and I think you indicated it, and you mentioned the Hopkins Nanjing Center, with which I've been affiliated since before it was founded, actually, in the planning stages. And I think that's a very real aspect of this relationship that, unfortunately, we may not spend as much time talking about as we need to. But just give you one thing that I think we all need to do. There are only approximately 350 Americans in China. There's no way we're going to have Sino-American understanding with that. And I don't want to cast blame, and there's plenty of blame to go around, but China's closing up to those people. In whether it's data sets, archival research, interviews, field research. All the things that I was able to do when I was growing up in this field, going out to the countryside, talking to peasants that were trying to figure out how not to get flooded. That was the level of reality I was introduced to. And quite frankly, China is not taking advantage of that great opportunity, thirst that Americans have to understand China. They're not there to subvert China. So there's a whole level of this society-to-society relationship that I think is key and is a big problem. But we've been invited to talk about the state-to-state relationship, so I will do it. And I want to be frank. I don't think this is the time for friends to sugarcoat the reality. I may be wrong in what I say, but it is what I think is the situation. I would like to be disabused. I want to really make three very quick points apropos of what we were asked to talk about here this morning, and the time is very brief. I think the first thing to say is it's a worthy goal to try to get back to last year's Bali agenda. I don't have a problem with that as an objective. But that is entirely insufficient as a goal for our relationship. So you won't hear much criticism of me of the efforts to get our two presidents together, the working groups that we've established, all to the good. We ought to put guardrails on the relationship, all these kind of things. But it's entirely insufficient. And I do applaud our ministers and other high-level officials getting together over the last almost year. I won't identify all of them, but we're all familiar with what they are. I certainly think it's desirable that our two presidents get together. But frankly, we haven't been able to even pick the lowest hanging fruit on the shortest tree. You could point to maybe a little improvement on air travel. If I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel, we have a few more airplanes going each way. But the tickets are so expensive that a lot of people simply can't even afford to go, even if they were inclined. So I think thus far, the attempt to pick low-hanging fruit and establish guardrails has not, well, to put it gently, not gone very far. So no problem with the goals. I think we ought to try to continue, but let's not confuse progress with process. We got a process and no progress. That would be the one way I'd put it. Second of my 3 points, our respective domestic politics in both of our countries. It's not just U.S. elections. It's not just gridlock in the U.S. Congress. It's also the lack of transparency in China. I just went through the Foreign Ministry's press operation and looked at statements. And I can't tell you how many statements got the answer, "We will release information in due course." China is not, look, I've been dealing with China for 60 years. I wouldn't ever say it's been entirely transparent. But we are less transparent now than almost any time in my memory. So we've got domestic, and we can ask, why is China not as transparent as it was? I think the problems the U.S. has are self-evident to everybody in this room. So certainly we are not in either country in a state of domestic politics that makes solving these problems easy. So we surely should continue the process, but we need more transparency, and the United States, of course, needs to straighten out its self-evident and manifold domestic governance problems. And China does get sucked into those. The kind of politics here spills over into our bilateral relationship. And we could talk about that, but it's true for both our societies. This is just not a U.S. problem, domestic politics making our foreign relations difficult to manage. But what I want to talk about in a little greater depth is the third point, and that is that both of our countries have come to distrust each other on 4 strategic issues. And what I believe is until we address and manage I hesitate to say solve these strategic issues, we're not going to be able to move very well in the first two zones that I talked about. First, I'll mention the two big, I think, and I speak only for myself, two big strategic problems we have with China at this point. And then I'll mention what I think. I'll be presumptuous and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. The two big strategic problems China has with the U.S. So this isn't about a one-way strategic air. This is, I would say, strategic problems on both sides. One, I remember early on in my career, I went to Bandung, to the Bandung meeting place, the Bandung line. And ever since that, the big word in Chinese foreign policy has been respect for territorial sovereignty. That's been really from '54 to recently, I would say February 4th, 2022, if I had to circle a date on a calendar. But respect for the sovereignty of borders recognized by the United Nations. And remember, Nixon went to China because we had strategic interests with respect to Eurasia and Russia, the Soviet Union, so forth. But in February of 2022, China really finds itself pretty strategically aligned with Russia, and quite frankly, develops a no-limits partnership and cannot find it in its diplomatic capability to say that Russia has invaded another sovereign country. This feeds the worst nightmare in every American's mind, and I think justifiably so. In short, China has allied itself in very real ways. Now, I will concede there are more things China could do to complicate Russia's behavior or facilitate it. So China, I recognize there's been some restraint there, but it's not reassuring because we're looking to what is the structure of the world, and if we've now tossed out the window sovereignty, that's a big problem. And so China's got to somehow reestablish the Bandung line here in a real way, not a rhetorical way. Second thing, I remember later in my career, 9/11 happened. And this is my second strategic problem. Who was practically the first head of state on the phone with George W. Bush after that, when Bush had said, "You're with us or against us"? You know who was on the phone? It was Jiang Zemin. And he said, "I'm with you." And there were a lot of things China couldn't do or didn't want to do or didn't have the capability to do, but it did facilitate the FBI and other agencies, customs authorities, looking at containers to making sure weapons of mass destruction weren't coming into American ports. And that, just that show of strategic solidarity was an enormous plus at that moment with George W. Bush, who was quite skeptical coming in about China. And we have many here, not least Dennis Wilder, know more about that than I do, but it always struck me. It was important. Well, let's look at China's response to Hamas attack on Israel. It's been either deafening silence or almost becoming like who's at fault here? Is terrorism, is it relative or absolute? And China's coming down on relativism here. And so I think these kinds of issues, where do China and the United States stand on resolving fundamental conflicts? And, you know, the rest, tariff levels and export controls, they're all desirable areas to work on and important, and I've been talking about it. But that's not the problem. That's the manifestation of the problem. Now, I did say, and I've tried to in my career, be even-handed. Now, of course, everybody thinks they're even-handed, and that's in the eye of the beholder. But I think the U.S. has made some strategic problems if I try to put myself into China's shoes. And for China, I'll just put it, we'll all understand the code here, but the United States has been nibbling away at the one China policy, certainly from China's point of view. I just happen to think there's no question about that. I think China thinks, and not without reason, that the U.S. has either drifted or drifted all the way to a one China, one Taiwan policy. Now, I'm not saying we have, but the Chinese I talk to seem to think we have, and there's certainly some evidence out there that would suggest that. And then finally, I think, if you ask why did Deng Xiaoping move towards the United States, and we of course reciprocated here, it was because China thought America was consistent with its development aspirations. Development was the goal, and the U.S. was responsive to that. Well, China thinks, and I would say with some reason, that we are no longer supportive of China's economic progress. We've got to change that. So these are the issues I would hope our two presidents really talk about. Tariffs, export controls, they will follow if we adjust our strategic posture towards each other. And the rest, I think, is important but secondary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David, for your remarks. We have time for a couple quick questions we'd like to pose to each of you. And Madam Xu, at the outset, I mentioned the upcoming summit. I realize you're not going to be able to detail what the two presidents are going to do next month, but in general, what are your expectations from the Chinese side for those meetings? What are your hopes and your assessment of what might be accomplished or needs to be accomplished at those meetings? Please.
Hello? Okay. Mr. Lampton talked about his hope on the possible President Xi and the President Biden summit on the sidelines of the APEC in San Francisco. I personally believe that you just hit the points. And our two sides share differences, have differences on many, many issues. But I think more importantly, we must admit that we still share huge common grounds. And I can assure you that every time our two heads of state met in the history, especially between the meetings, for example, in Bali last year, between President Xi and President Biden, it has always been strategic. Both sides had a desire to clarify the misperception from each other, especially the Chinese side, because we believe that the root cause of the deterioration of China-U.S. relationship is the misperception from the United States on China's strategic intention. So we have made, President Xi Jinping himself had made huge effort to try to explain to President Biden what is his plan. Him as the leader of China, a big country, what is his
plan and his party's plan and his government's plan for his country. That's the reason why that all the planned meetings, for example, the planned time were like an hour, but the actual time for the two heads of state always were extended because both sides felt that they have so many topics to discuss. I think it is important, it is useful, and what President Xi told President Biden many times is, well, the concept of mutual respect, the importance of China feels respected by the United States. This is the basic, this is the foundation of our bilateral relationship. So you may ask that what do you, do the Chinese side, or do President Xi Jinping mean by respecting China's core interests? I think he made it very clear that, 4 areas, they bear on the core interest of China. They are the bottom lines or the red lines on the side of the Chinese. One is Taiwan question. The other one, the second one, is democracy and human rights. The third one is the issue about path and the system, our path to development and our political system, or our economic system. And last one, the fourth one, actually is about development rights. Mr. Lampton talked about, at least the Chinese side feel that the United States is not willing to welcome a economically more stronger China. And many Americans believe that over the past years, it was the United States who helped the China to prosper, to rise. But China has not been thankful. China, the United States has been taking advantage of, the United States has been taken advantage of by the Chinese side. We cannot accept this argument. Well, of course, that a constructive and cooperative relationship between China and the United States helped a lot on China's course to modernize its economy and to provide its people with a better life. But basically, it's the policies made by the Chinese government, made by the Communist Party of China. And it's the the diligent, the Chinese people's the hard-working Chinese people's effort that have made it possible for China to rise. And well, we used to be very appreciative. We used to be very appreciative of the U.S.'s willingness to work with us to realize mutual benefit. The U.S. also benefited greatly from China's rise. But now it seems that China become a scapegoat of many issues in the United States, domestic problems. That is not fair. On Taiwan, I do not want to spend too much time on this issue. Everybody understands, well, this is the real, the core interest of the core interests. So if the core interest of China cannot be well respected, it will be extremely, extremely difficult for us to say, yes, let's just, put Taiwan issue aside and let's work happily together with you on other issues. I don't think that will be possible for us.
Thank you very much, Minister Xu. Question, thank you. David, a question for you. You spoke and mentioned the reality that for every state, domestic politics plays on foreign policy. We are on the cusp of the 2024 electoral cycle. You skirted that, but I'd like to know directly from you, what are your views on what may be the effects on the bilateral relationship into next year as the presidential election approaches?
Well, I didn't think I skirted it. I thought I was fairly succinct and direct, but let me...
You were direct. Maybe just tease out a few more of your views.
But in terms of our domestic politics, I think the sense that we need to get something done by November of this year, if we're going to make progress, it better be this year, would have been my basic viewpoint. Now, of course, recent developments in the Mideast have further complicated things. But basically, I think the further we go into next year, the more unmanageable. Well, let's put it this way. Put it positively, it's going to be very difficult to make any progress, and we'll be talking about how to limit the problems and so forth. I may be in error with this number, but I think recently I heard there are over 450 pieces of legislation at various points of the U.S., the two houses of the U.S. Congress, and I can almost guarantee you at least 449 of those are not going to do our relationship any or much good. So when Congress gets back and in campaign mode, and if we get a Speaker of the House, which we will at some point, and that there is no Speaker candidate that is going to have a constructive relationship with China as its first, second, or third priority. So I would say, basically, if you think there is low-hanging fruit, then I would like to see our presidents get together and delegate people to solve the problem and not come back until they have solved it. But I don't detect that either side is giving its subordinate negotiators that kind of. So my basic sense is sooner rather than later, next year is going to be very bad. I would just say, because we always talk more about U.S. politics because it's obvious, it's pretty much an open book, at least at one level. China's got politics, and I have the sense, and I'd be glad to be enlightened about those politics, but it doesn't seem like it's conducive to a high degree of being perceived as too conciliatory to the United States, to put it delicately. So let's not talk about just this problem as only the U.S. has politics. I think politics is becoming more difficult in China. Now, I have less detail on that, and I'm glad to be informed, but that's my view.
Thank you, David. Quick question for Hong Nong. We are quite advanced in time. Do we have time for a question from the floor? 5 minutes. Please, I'd invite questions from the floor. I think a mic will be provided to you. Please.
Hi, my name is Mark Cohen from UC Berkeley. I'm wondering if anybody can provide some insight into the U.S. China Science and Technology Agreement, which was endured great controversy. I see Dennis Simon over there. I think he and I are more or less on the same page, but the U.S. committed, I guess, to renegotiate that agreement, but I've heard nothing. I've had inquiries from friends at the Chinese embassy, and I've told them what I think needs to be done to improve upon that agreement. That's a great concrete opportunity for improvement. It's low-hanging fruit, at least in the sense that there is a commitment to renew, and if we fail to renew, it will probably have adverse consequences. So that's my low-hanging fruit, at least in terms of something that's on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Perhaps a quick reply from each of you, and then we'll take a question from Victor Gao, please. Minister, do you wish to address that question of the agreement, or David?
Well, Yeah, I think I can say I'm 200% sure that you're right in pointing out that this can be a low-hanging fruit for our bilateral relationship. Well, but the obvious low-hanging fruit, I'm afraid, will be a very high-hanging fruit, or I'm not sure even it can be a fruit for a bilateral relationship. Professor Lambton talked about domestic politics. I agree. Every country has its own domestic politics. As we say, when I heard my colleagues, seniors, told me that when I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that you must remember that foreign policy is the extension of domestic policy. That's very true. But I think we also need to admit that there is much more domestic politics in the United States than in China. I personally don't think our U.S. policy is driven by our domestic politics. I think it is driven by and shaped and designed and shaped by our own national interest. It is driven by the aspiration of the 1.4 billion people, and it is driven by the aspiration to achieve a shared future for mankind. But I also agree that personally I'm not quite confident or quite optimistic on how much longer, how big a window opportunity we are talking about in stabilize this relationship. Maybe in the next several months, but I'm not sure about what will happen next year. I think it is very likely, if not, it is very likely that next year will become very, very nasty in the United States. Lots of Republicans or Democrats will want to use China as a scapegoat to score political points for themselves in the campaign. And talking about the agreement, actually it is a perfect example of China-U.S. win-win cooperation. I don't know what do you think about the concept of win-win, but very interestingly, after I came here for my second posting in the United States, I heard many people inside of the Beltway telling me that you have to stop talk about win-win. Win-win is a bullshit. It is the exact words used by a very senior official in the US government. And people say that when you Chinese talk about win-win, for us, it's China win twice, win 2 times. I think that is bullshit. That is bullshit. So why I'm saying that it is a mutually beneficial agreement? No, we used to have 400,000 Chinese students studying in the United States before the pandemic. Now the number dropped to 300,000. But still, China still remains to be the largest source of overseas students, for the United States. Well, so why this student exchange can take place? Because there is a protocol under the agreement, the China-U.S. Science and Technology Agreement, that provides opportunity for China and the United States to send each other, their own students, young people. And Mr. Lampton also talked about the very small number of U.S. students study in China. We would like to welcome more. You know, look at the President Biden, when he was vice president, he worked together with President Biden and make the 100 a very, very innovative and very useful program that is called the 100,000 strong initiative, right? Yeah, this initiative helped to make mutual exchange of students possible. But now we would like to have invite more American students to study in the United States. But look, if you were the parents of the a U.S. college student, you might want to check the travel advisory posted by the U.S. State Department. China is level 3. I talked with, I would not want to expose her name, but I talked to a very nice lady who has a very important student exchange NGO in the United States. When I told her that China is level 3, she told me, what? China is level 3? If China is level 3, the United States must be level 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, David, then we'll go to Victor L. Please.
Yeah, I did want to
react
react to the S. I did want to react to the S&T. I think that's extremely important. I'm not fully acquainted with all the details of the current status, but my impression is that it seems like unlikely, or at least highly debatable, whether we will be able to continue in the broad direction that we have said since 1979. And Dennis Simon, who's here, I'm sure is going to talk much more about that, but my own personal view is it's not going very well. For myself, I'm very invested in that because Deng Xiaoping, when he came here, signed that agreement in '79, and shortly after that, I went with the Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare to sign both the health and education agreements that I believe have been extremely successful. I think it'd be a tragic and a strategic blunder for us not to sign an S&T agreement. I just simply wouldn't want to predict that's going to happen, or at a minimum, it's going to be different, I would hypothesize, than, so tragic loss of opportunity. I'm not so sure how low that low-hanging fruit is, but it ought to be. I think it's been win-win in the sense of one win on each side here. And I just think to cancer research as an example. But there are many fields the United States has gained great knowledge from access to China and its people, and not to mention China studies, which is a whole, and social science study as well. So I hope everybody in this room will do everything they can to encourage movement towards a meaningful signing or extension of the previous one. But at best, it seems iffy to me. Just one last thing that I want to make sure gets in here. And the domestic politics uncertainty isn't just China or the U.S. It's Taiwan's got an election coming up, too. So we've talked about different zoo animals, rhinos and black swans. Well, you know, we got another party out here that has its own politics.
Thank you, David. We're already encroaching on the next session, but I've promised Victor Gao a quick question. If you could please, Victor Gao. I think it'll come on automatically, or have another.
Hello. Maybe I just speak louder. Thank you very much, Gordon. Thank you, the two distinguished keynote speakers, for very wonderful speeches. The timing of our meeting today cannot be better because it dovetails with the BRI summit in Beijing. So allow me to ask a very brief question. If you use your most optimistic forecast, can you see a day where the United States will participate in the BRI down the road? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Perhaps briefly from each. Perhaps David first, and then Mr. Xu.
Well, I've been interested not so much in BRI per se, but China's building infrastructure in Southeast Asia. So a topic of great interest. And I think in the sense that you asked the question, can I imagine the U.S. signing on to BRI is a general statement. I think we answered that question broadly speaking when we talked about our decision in, what was it, 2015, the AIIB decision, I think signaled our general attitude. Now, of course, from time to time, if China put out public tenders American companies could bid on, you know, lots of different American companies might choose to participate. So I think as a state decision, the U.S. I can't foresee, and I don't speak for the U.S., but I can't foresee us endorsing it. If China were to open up tenders and invite American firms in, I suppose depending on the technology in question, the U.S. might have a favorable view, but that'd be the state versus private sector decision. But I don't see us formally associating ourselves with it. My own personal view is I wish in some cases we'd get more involved. I don't like the assumption that everything China does in the world is a bad idea. Occasionally China has some good ideas. I wish we were more discriminating, but our political system's a pretty blunt instrument.
Thank you, David. Madam Xu, would you wish to add a comment?
Well, I think I'm sensitive of the time, so I would just give a very brief answer to Mr. Gao's question. I think, on the day when the U.S. think win-win is achievable, and on the day when the U.S. policymakers believe that by working with China on areas like helping the developing countries, the less developed countries, to share the prosperity of the more developed world, can both benefit those countries and also China and the United States. I think that day will be the day then they will want to, join maybe BRI. And I really want to add one more animal to today's meeting, because you at least use the three, the rhinos, the tigers, and also the swans. And I think the pandas, the giant pandas can also help. They have been very, very helpful.
Yes.
And in the next 50 years, and even longer, the giant pandas, I think sometimes they can even help more than we diplomats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Xu. I look forward to pandas coming back to Washington. Please join me in thanking both of our speakers.
I wish we would continue the debate and the dialogue, but we have to end. And thank you, Professor Lantern, Minister Xie, and Gordon for setting such a great stage for discussion. We're a little bit behind the schedule, so I would suggest we quickly grab some coffee and then return as soon as possible so that we can start the first panel, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Liu Yawei, who is the special advisor for China Program Carter Center. I'll see you a bit. Coming back as soon as possible. Hello. Hi, everyone. So, welcome back to our first panel. I'd like to invite all speakers to come to the stage and so that we can proceed.
What I want to know is how old were you in that photograph? A long time ago. You were still a student in high school.
Michael says he wants to speak from here, so I guess all four of you, my HCA card, just come over here. I'll start from here too. And I will follow this to Michael and then Victor and you, and then you're the cleanup kid. Less than 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. Yeah, we are a little behind schedule, but still you can get up to 10 minutes. Okay.
Well, no. The photo the better, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got more questions then. All right, we are going to start. So you still have time to network. There will be another break, and there will be lunch, and we're also going to have a very unique and excellent lunch speaker. So my name is Yahweh Liu. I'm from the Carter Center, which is one of the partners of this meeting. I want to start this session by quickly responding to what Professor Lambton just said. I think when Professor Lambton speaks, we have to pay attention to. And in May 2015, Professor Lambton traveled to the Carter Center and made, I think Dr. Wu mentioned, the tipping point speech. I think he was largely ignored, if not here, at least by those that are responsible for managing U.S. China relations or advising those managers in China. He was ignored. And we see the consequences. So if I may, I want to quickly summarize what Professor Lambton said that we need to pay attention to. So number one is we need to pay attention to what happened on February 22nd, 2022. I don't need to elaborate on that. And secondly, another date, how China responded to October the 7th, 2023. And these two dates are going to be in the annuals of U.S.-China relationship. Of course, Professor Lambton is very even-handed, and he mentioned U.S. hollowing out the Taiwan one China policy, and secondly, U.S. is bent on containing China, at least economically. So if these, I totally agree with him, if these things are not going to be resolved, it's very hard for the relationship to move forward. So again, we need to pay attention when Professor Lambton speaks, and just want to call people's attention. So we have an excellent panel here. Their bios are all in the book. So I'll just introduce them by saying our first speaker, Michael Swain, is a really old China hand, if we're still allowed to use the word China hand. And he hails from one of the new kid on the block think tank called the Quincy Institute. Michael? You want me to call you time out, or you know the time?
I will put my watch on this podium, but you can yell at me if I go over 12 minutes. Well, thank you very much, Yahweh. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm always want to be involved in the ICAS conference. I think it's really important that we keep these kinds of dialogues going and really try to contribute as much as possible to the discussion, debate, et cetera, that's going on in our relationship and beyond, involving many, many other countries as well. What I'd like to do in the few minutes I have is to just say a few words about what I think are really the serious reasons why we're where we are in the relationship, and then offer some I wouldn't say optimistic assessment, but an assessment in particular regarding where we need to go, and in particular regarding Taiwan, the Taiwan issue. I'm somebody who works a lot on security-related issues, and the Taiwan question concerns me more than anything else. But let me just start by speaking more broadly. I mean, we're at a point in this relationship now where the biggest problem, and Mike really alluded to the strategic issues here that really do divide the two countries, but the underlying problem behind all of that is this deep, deep-seated suspicion. There's just a lack of a willingness on the part of either side to believe almost anything the other side is saying, if it's of a positive nature. The attitude seems to be very zero-sum in terms of what can be done in the relationship, that the actions of the other side really in large part serve to undermine one's own interests and vice versa. And as a result of this, there's a huge emphasis on various aspects of deterrence. I mean, the messaging is very much oriented towards deterring and also towards constraining. I don't want to say containing, but constraining. And I think it's evident on both sides. And you know, we've seen much talk about decoupling and all of that. I don't think we'll see what you might call radical decoupling, but we're certainly seeing greater movement towards establishing more autonomous sectors across a wide range of different areas, which is a kind of beggar thy neighbor sort of race to the bottom, as I see it, for the interactions. And what is feeding all this? Of course, it's a shifting power balance. We all know that, what political science like to call power transition. It's clashing notions, some would say ideologies, of what are the requirements for regional and global stability. There are fundamental differences there between the U.S. and China. There are trends in domestic politics in both countries, as we've already heard, that are contributing to this level of suspicion and this level of clashing ideology. And also importantly, there is really a refusal by both sides to recognize that there is an interactive dynamic at work, that both sides are taking actions and saying and doing things that are being interpreted by the other side in the worst possible way, that there's a worst case kind of set of assumptions, and neither side is willing to acknowledge this dynamic at work. I'm not saying that either side needs to come out and say, mea culpa, we really contribute to this problem, but at least on the private level, at least in interactions between senior officials, there needs to be some clear recognition that both sides are interacting in ways that are creating problems, and both sides need to contribute to some kind of controlling of this situation or some kind of, I dare say, solution. We've really gone beyond what you call a simple security dilemma, where each country will act to sort of strengthen its own defensive position, and then the other side interprets that as an aggressive position. It's gone beyond that to something that I would call strategic rivalry, with a lot of tit for tat involved and very few credible assurances on the most contentious issues. Now, this doesn't mean we don't have certain kinds of agreements, and we've seen trips by Raimondo, by Yellen, by John Kerry, and of course Blinken's trip, and now there's going to be another trip, I take it, by Wang Yi here. All of these things are for the good, obviously, but they all tend to be marginal, in my view. They tend to be limited in what they can really accomplish, and I would dare say that even on the level of presidential interactions, although essential and really important, they still are not going to, in themselves, put us on a better track, because you will largely get a lot of, I think, reaffirmation of the kinds of views that are already pretty well dug in on both sides. And so what we have really is inadequate levels of understanding and communication for sure. But we need to get beyond just simply better communication. The Biden administration keeps talking about keeping open the lines of communication. I hate that phrase. It is so pathetic. It really just reflects the idea, well, as long as we keep talking to each other, things will be okay. Well, that's not going to be the case. Just talking to each other is not going to solve some of the fundamental problems that we have and will not provide the basis for making progress, real progress, on areas where we cannot simply sit back and just exchange mantras and just exchange our views and then move forward. Areas like climate, areas like global health, areas like the nature of the security dilemma in the South China Sea and in the Western Pacific, and the dynamic regarding Taiwan. We can't just simply sit back and continue to exchange our mantras on this and hope that things are going to get better. And then, of course, the domestic situation in both countries, as we've already discussed, makes this even worse. There is a tendency on both sides to use some of the most negative language and negative perceptions, most worst-case assessments, define that as the nature of the relationship, and then argue for very radical actions in response that take deterrence in directions that we don't want to go, in my opinion. And then I would say finally something that really adds to this is the fact that we have inadequate levels of crisis dialogue. The crisis communication dialogue in the military-to-military level between the U.S. and China has largely been suspended for reasons that I think are on both sides. The United States points the finger at China and says the Chinese suspended this, the Chinese are not going to go. There is blame on both sides for this. And we need to try to work to get that going again. Now, in all of this, I mean, is there any good news? We haven't seen yet the crossing of what I would regard as red lines that would trigger a severe crisis or a conflict, despite the level of deepening pessimism that we see. I think there is a willingness on both sides to promote greater dialogue, sure, keep the channels of communication open, of course, even if there's no clear notion of what the relationship should look like in 10 to 15 years. And Mike talks about the absence of strategic thinking, and that's also the problem. It's not just issues of questions of where do we stand on issues like territorial sovereignty, but where do we want to be in 10 to 15 years in this relationship? Not just simply a vague sense of peaceful coexistence. Where do we want to be in relation to some of the critical issues involving our two countries and the world? What kind of relationship do we want to have politically, diplomatically, militarily, economically, that we can have that will sustain this relationship over time? I think there's a common recognition that both sides have a strong interest in keeping the global financial order stable, in combating things like climate change and pandemics, and in avoiding conflict over Taiwan, North Korea, maritime disputes, and having limited talks in some specific areas, as we've seen. But all of these are heavily influenced by securitization, if you will. The securitization of this relationship infects all of these different issues and makes it so much more difficult to deal with. But we do need to have substance, and we need to have substance in our interactions sooner rather than later, because as Mike and others have pointed out, there is a political dynamic at work in our countries, in the United States, in China, I would dare say, in Taiwan, in South Korea, that could make this situation much worse. And I think we need to try to be able to stabilize the relationship and lock in a certain level of interaction that reinforces the idea that things can get done. Oh yes, it's not worst case. Oh yes, the suspicions that we have are not being proven in every case, to be able to provide some opening to move forward. Now let me just say a couple of words to conclude on the issue of Taiwan. In the United States, if you spend your time in Washington and you watch the writings about Taiwan, you're just overwhelmed sometimes by the number of analyses that are produced here about how we're going to win the coming war with China. over Taiwan. It's not how are we going to avoid this, how are we going to win the war? Now, the assumption here, of course, is that if we put in place all those necessary elements to win the war, then we'll deter the war, because you only have peace through strength. But in the process of this myopic focus on how to fight and win a war with China over Taiwan, we are in the process, again, as Mike alluded, of eroding the kinds of commitments we have made in the area of one China. And in the process of doing that, China has itself undertaken actions that erode its commitment, originating with the Sino-US normalization, to peaceful unification as a first priority. So the confidence of both sides in that original understanding, one China, peaceful unification, is steadily eroding. And we cannot fix that by doubling down on deterrence alone. We have to be able to fix it by taking clear diplomatic actions with clear commitments, unambiguous statements that provide greater credibility and revitalize the original understanding that we reached with each other, because there is no alternative to that understanding, in my view. We're not going to build our way out of this problem militarily, and we're not going to solve the problem by withdrawing. The United States needs to place much clearer limits on U.S.-Taiwan government interactions. I think the United States has been very much remiss in stating very clearly. It's made all kinds of excuses for the visit by Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan, which was characterized as an official visit on an official aircraft. And her attitude was certainly, this is an official visit of somebody who is very high up in the leadership of the United States government. And I think shrugging and saying this is a division of powers and the executive really can't do much about this is cowardice. I think the United States needs to be able to set limits on this. It needs to be able to reaffirm the long-standing view that the U.S. is open to peaceful, uncoerced outcomes on Taiwan in whatever direction. We're concerned about the process. We're not concerned about the outcome. U.S. officials don't say that any longer. They don't really make clear statements in that regard. We need to state very clearly that Taiwan is not a strategic asset of the United States, essential to the U.S. overall defense posture in Asia. That statement, which has been made officially by a U.S. official, but not been repeated by others, nonetheless still stands as an indication that the United States is willing to throw the one China policy out the window, because you cannot keep Taiwan from China under any conditions for strategic reasons and still have a one China policy. The one China policy is open to the possibility of unification under certain conditions, but the strategic node argument would have us believe that under no conditions should Taiwan be under the influence of China, because that strategically will threaten America's overall position. Now, for its own part, and I'll end with this, China needs to say very clearly, as clearly as it can, if it doesn't say it publicly, it needs to say it privately, that it has no timeline whatsoever on unification with Taiwan, that it is not an intrinsic part of the goal of national rejuvenation, that in fact the Taiwan issue will not threaten, or China will not threaten, its goal of national rejuvenation by employing force against Taiwan. It needs to state that it has patience in this as long as the U.S. does not back Taiwan independence. And China hasn't, I don't think, said this as clearly as it needs to say. And it needs to also indicate that it is willing to reduce its military activities, its intimidation around Taiwan and in other areas, including the South China Sea. It's just been upping its intimidation around the Philippines. It needs to be willing to reduce that and signal that it will do that as tensions abate. And finally, I would say both sides do need to really get serious about crisis communication. I would hope that at this meeting in San Francisco next month, if it occurs, between Xi Jinping and President Biden, that they very clearly communicate that crisis communication dialogue is absolutely essential for the two sides, and that there needs to be a way to break through this impasse and establish that dialogue in ways that are truly meaningful and not just the usual exchange of mantras. And that means, in my view, extending it beyond just the military to military sphere to include civilians more fully in the whole question of what is crisis management, what is crisis prevention, what are the attitudes and perceptions of decision makers on both sides that could contribute to an escalation of a crisis. These kinds of perceptual questions need to be discussed, I think, by not just military leaders, but also by civilian leaders. If we can at least move to that level and achieve that kind of accomplishment coming out of the meeting in San Francisco, we at least will be able to put some stopgap for the time being on the problems that we face in some of these areas. But much more than that needs to be done. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Michael, it takes courage to be even-handed in this town. I think Professor Lampton is even-handed, and I think Dr. Swain is even-handed. Our next speaker is Victor Gao. I hope you're going to be equally even-handed. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promise I will be more even-handed. It is a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank ICAS for hosting this very important seminar. I mentioned just now that timing cannot be better because it really dovetails with the big event in Beijing. Now, 10 years ago, if the United States stayed away from BRI, it stayed away from a concept. Today, when the United States continues to stay away, it is staying away from a gathering of 153 countries. So if anyone here thinks it's not a big loss for the United States, tell me, and I would like to argue with you. Now, there are so many things about China-US relations we can talk about, and China-US relations is such that everyone knows a little bit about, no one knows the totality about it, and it keeps changing. So when I'm thinking about this China-US relations, I think I just want to share with you my views on one thing at the very, very top. You know, there is a very distinguished American scholar who wrote a book about Destined for War and tries to apply that conclusion to Thucydides' trap theory to China-US relations, meaning China and the United States are destined for war. I felt uncomfortable with that book ever since I read the book review. And I spent quite a few years to figure out whether there was something wrong with that theory when applied to China-US relations. I now realized, and I'm convinced, it's a fallacy if anyone wants to apply that to China-US relations. Now, I say this with due respect to the professor himself, to the school he is from, and to the university in Boston. I came from New Haven, so don't be surprised if people from New Haven sometimes talk about that bigger university in Boston negatively. But I do believe it is a fallacy. Why? Because the professor analyzed all the cases of war and came up with this theory. But he forgets that all the cases of war he analyzed are wars in conventional war. Whereas China and the United States are not only two conventional powers, but more importantly, two of the most important nuclear powers. So there is something missing. You cannot apply conclusion you scientifically arrived at, analyzing conventional wars, and apply the conclusion thereof to nuclear powers. That leads me to my own theory, if any. It's called the inevitability of peace between China and the United States. Why? People here in the United States say there are two things inevitable to die, probably except Elon Musk or his followers, and inevitability to pay tax. Uncle Sam is getting after you if you refuse to pay tax. Now I added another one. That is the inevitability of peace. Inevitability of peace doesn't mean we need to love each other. but it need to require us to respect each other and to live and let live. That means I want to live, I need to let you live, and you need to live, and you need to let me live. See, it's very even-handed. And inevitability of peace cannot be achieved without each side accumulating enough strength so neither side will really wrongly second-guess each other and jump the gun in the wrong direction. Therefore, I do believe the future of China-US relations is based on inevitability of peace. And I would like to debate with that professor in that bigger university in Boston to see whether any one of us would agree that there is a fallacy in that destined for war policy applied to China and the United States. And I would consider that fallacy as a poisoning effect on China-US relations, including Professor Swing, who just now mentioned about this tendency of talking about war, either involving Taiwan or otherwise between China and the United States. Allow me to mention one thing. War between China and the United States will be real Armageddon for both China and the United States and for human sapient species. So I would like to urge all of us to do the right thing, that is to promote peace, rather than insanely agitate for war between China and the United States. Now, based on this inevitability of peace, because there are so many problems in China-US relations, what should we do? I think the United States government has characterized China-US relations as cooperation, competition, and confrontation. I would like to ask all of us, what do China and the United States compete for? What do we compete for? Do we compete in men's basketball or diving, especially women's diving, or table tennis, for example? No. We have, each of us, our own strengths and weaknesses, and China and the United States are two countries so different that you should never expect that China should be exactly the same like the United States, or the United States exactly the same as China. And no one here in Washington should really expect that China wants to impose our system or ideology or way of life onto the United States. That means eventually the only right thing between China and the United States is, allow me to mention, your God for you and my God for me. If China wants to impose its God, whatever it's defined, onto the United States, it's a war between China and the United States, because no one in the United States wants to live under a Chinese God. Likewise, if the United States wants to impose your God, whatever you define it, onto China, it will backfire. So, your God for you, my God for me, I want to live, you want to live, I want to let you live, and you want let me live. That is the only right thing. And this will lead to what? The only right way between China and the United States. That is the inevitability of peace. Now, there are so many ways to look at how China-US relations can develop going down the road. I've come up with a term. It's called a merry China. A merry China. Originally, I want to put China first, but then the Americans will be unhappy about it. So, ranking it alphabetically, it becomes a very nice term, a merry China. China and the United States living together in peace, based on inevitability of peace, will be truly a merry China. So, I hope let's move in that direction. Now, Professor Swin also talked about Taiwan. Let me be very brief. And in doing so, I'm still being very even-handed. What is the status of Taiwan? I think lots of people in Washington are misguided, deliberately probably, or unintentionally. I went to Potsdam this May, and I bought books about the Potsdam Declaration, what happened in 1945, and it's not necessary for me here to emphasize, because most of you are academics and professionals, that the real status of Taiwan, other than for many, many years before then, was really carved in the Cairo Declaration and the Potsdam Proclamation. It dictated the terms under which the Japanese imperialists need to surrender unconditionally at the end of the Second World War. It stipulated, black and white, carved in stone, that Taiwan should be returned to China. Now, if anyone in Washington pretends that he or she does not know the real status of Taiwan, just read the Potsdam Proclamation. Now, in essence, the cross-strait relations involving Taiwan is the unfinished civil war. I remember after the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949, there was a big debate in the United States called Who Lost China? Now, we are in 2023. I do hope there will be no more debate eventually down the road in Washington about who lost China, again. Because that will be not only a big loss for China, it will be a big loss for the United States. Viewing the Taiwan situation as an unfinished civil war, because we know what happened, the United States bet fully on the nationalist government in China, headed by Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek. For whatever reason, they were defeated, they fled to Taiwan, and they stayed there ever since. So, if anyone really wants to promote the so-called Taiwan independence or the separation of Taiwan from China, do you know what will happen? It will cause the resurrection of the unfinished civil war. And if that unfinished civil war breaks up again, give me any reason under any international law that any foreign country will have legal justification to participate in a civil war. So we do not want to see the civil war flaring up again. People on both sides of the Taiwan Straits are Chinese. And if anyone in Taiwan said, we are not Chinese, we are Taiwanese, I always chuckle. Because why? It's like you go to California and someone there say, we are Californians and we are not Americans. No. If anyone in California or Texas or Florida who say they are Californians, Texans, or Floridans without being American, he or she is in the depth of their mind. They are both citizens of their states as well as of this union. And therefore, I think the one China policy based on the Trinity, and this Trinity is well crafted, and Dr. Henry Kissinger, for whom I interpreted back in 1985 when he came to China as a private citizen, is very important. The Trinity is as follows. There is only one China, not two China. Taiwan is part of China, and the PRC government being the sole legitimate government of China, meaning the totality of China. So I would be surprised if anyone in Washington can really be intellectually more ingenious and creative than Dr. Henry Kissinger in crafting up such well-balanced legal terms to enable China and the United States eventually establish diplomatic relations in 1979. And I would say, even if I adopt completely the perspective of an American here in the United States, try to hollow out and to eliminate this one China policy is not only a blow to China itself, it will be a blow to the United States. China-US relations since 1979 has served both China and the United States so well that we need to treasure the bilateral relations and further promote our bilateral relations. Now, one small anecdote before I stop. we talked about Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last year in August. I was bombarded with TV interviews by CNN, BBC, etc. One interview was by BBC, and the hostess almost challenged me. And she said, China threatened to do so many things before she landed in Taiwan. You went maximum in blackmailing her. Now she left safely, so what can China do? Maybe declaring war? Yes or no? I'm trained as a lawyer at Yale Law School, so I'm always wary about questions like yes or no. For example, are you still beating your wife? Yes or no? No, you cannot answer that. You cannot say no. If you say no, it means you did it yesterday. If you say yes, then you lose all your credibility, is that right? So she said, is China declaring war? Yes or no? I was pushed to the wall, and I said, before Nancy Pelosi dies, she will see the reunification of Taiwan. Then I hesitated. It's already out. Water is poured out. I said, you never say such thing about death of an old lady, 83 years old, Speaker of the House and ranking number 3 in the US. So I immediately reversed it. I said, that means she will live to see the unification of Taiwan. It generated more than 200 million viewers in China. Can you believe it? It was probably the best advertisement for BBC, which is even today is being banned by China. But anyway, I would say if the United States wants to become a major bloc, it's an obstacle leading towards peaceful reunification of China and Taiwan, it probably will not generate any goodwill among the Chinese people eventually. But from the Chinese perspective, there is no reason to rush through the process, etc. There are two things which will accelerate that process. One is the United States really hollows out the one China policy to such an extent that China believes there is no hope anymore, and rather than wait, probably it's time to take action. The other thing is by the separatists in Taiwan to declare independence. But now they are becoming coy. They say, we are already independent. We do not need to re-declare our own independence. So it's a very tricky situation. And I do hope China and the United States will do the right thing. And I do hope you will support me in supporting this inevitability of peace between China and the United States. And I do hope you will join me from the Yale's perspective, if I may say so, in saying that at least that theory by that professor from that big university is a fallacy, because you cannot apply the destined for war policy towards China and the United States, not only because they are two nuclear powers, but also importantly because these two countries are the two greatest nations in the world. We need to live and let live, rather than destroy each other. Thank you very much for your time.
By the way, Victor Gao is hails from Beijing International Dialogue Club, which is also a partner of this conference. And Michael is seriously grounded in policies, and Victor is more metaphysical, talking about God, the inevitability of the war or peace. I think if China and the US do not want to go to war, people on the mainland side and people on Taiwan certainly don't want to see the civil war restart. I think the leaders on both sides, they are wise enough, not to get into another civil war. So now we go to our third speaker, who I think will be even more interesting using your background, from National Security Council, CIA, and now, of course, at Georgetown. So the floor is yours, Dennis.
Thank you, Yahweh. I want to pick up, first of all, on Mike Lambton's remarks, because I think you really need to have listened to what Mike was saying. There was a lot of real truth in his remarks, particularly about where the United States is and what needs to happen. One part that he talked about that was very near and dear to me was 2001, when the President of the United States and Jiang Zemin came to an understanding. That was seminal. And it was seminal because Bush didn't know where China would be. He had no idea where China would be on the counterterrorism map. But he knew he needed China on that map, a huge country, if it had been against us in the war on terror, could have done tremendous damage to our position in the world. And the event that I always remember is the Shanghai APEC. The President of the United States, this was in October, just after the September 11th, had to make a decision. And his security people had to make a decision. Would the President of the United States fly on his 747 all the way to China? And Bush made that decision. He said, yes, I must go and see Jiang Zemin personally, and I must discuss this with him. And we actually had fighter aircraft with the 747 all the way to China, and at China's national boundaries, we handed off to Chinese fighter aircraft, which escorted him to the ground. Why was this important? Well, think a few years later, when a man named Chen Shui-bian took over as the president of Taiwan. President Chen Shui-bian was the biggest headache I have ever had in my life. The Excedrin headaches he gave me over and over again with his talk of referendums and trying to find a way to slice the salami for independence of Taiwan, I can tell you the number of times President Bush hauled me into his office and screamed at me about why was Chen Shui-bian doing this was numerous. But the point is that President Bush could dress down Chen Shui-bian, as he did. You may remember his Wen Jiabao remarks, which were highly unusual for an American president. But he was able to do that because he had strategic trust in the Chinese government. And where did that strategic trust come from? 9/11. So when Mike talks about the need to rebuild, it has long implications. It's not just in the moment. It's how we deal with each other longer term. Okay, enough on that topic. I'm glad to see where U.S. China relations have gone in the last 6 months. I think, again, you need to understand that a sea change happened here in Washington on the American side. This administration said we were not going to engage for engagement's sake. Well, I would argue in the last 6 months we've done a lot of engagement for engagement's sake. In fact, engagement became a dirty word in this town, you may remember. Biden made a decision to reopen this relationship and to send Bill Burns and the cabinet secretaries to China. This is important. This was a move. I also understand that Chuck Schumer went to China because the president asked him to put a bipartisan group of congressmen together. That this was a favor that Chuck Schumer did for the president because the president, frankly, needs a little political cover as he tries to stabilize the relationship. So I give President Biden some credit here for actually trying very hard on the relationship. Now, none of that's what I wanted to talk about today, so let me quickly go through what I wanted to talk about. As a professor, I find I have time to read things I never read. And one of the books I read recently was Sam Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. When you look at that book, he talks about the fact that a reality is that civilizations do clash. And I've been looking at the remarks of both President Biden and President Xi. What do they say? Well, one of the things that they strikingly similar on is that this is a pivotal moment in world history. Of course, Xi Jinping says it as changes not seen in 100 years. President Biden says it differently. But both of them are talking about reshaping the world order. We all agree that the world order has kind of become old and creaky. It was created after World War II, but there are many parts of it. I was talking to somebody about the Global South. The Global South doesn't believe in the international order of today. They are very unhappy at the United Nations and other places. And so people want to work on the global order. The difference is that the United States and China both believe we should have primacy in changing that world order. That the United States just wants to tweak it a little bit. China wants to do a heck of a lot more to that global order. And I think you have to understand that part of this is we both believe we're exceptional societies. The United States, we believe we're the city on the hill. It comes from a sermon given in 1630 by a Puritan pastor on a boat coming to the United States. But the idea that we created the perfect democracy is very much embedded in our culture. At the same time, if you read the civilizational speeches recently of Xi Jinping that are very interesting, he talks about 5,000 years of continuous Chinese history. He talks about 800 million people being lifted out of poverty. He is also talking about the exceptional nature of China, and we are clashing in this regard. And I really commend to you reading not only Xi Jinping's speeches on the global security, on the global civilizational initiative, but also the GDI, the GSI. Suddenly, China is offering a model to the world. We offered a model, but China is offering a model, particularly in the global south. And so, I think a harsh reality that we have to face is we are in competition. We are in competition over emerging technologies, no question about it. We are in competition over the global south and who will influence the global south. We are in competition over great power blocks in the world. There are many areas where we are going to be in competition in the long run. But I do have good news for you. Sam Huntington, in his book on the Clash of Civilizations, says we can get beyond this. And the way he talks about it, one of the ways, is we have to understand each other. We have to understand each other's civilizations so that when we bump up against each other, we can solve the problems between us. Now, Mike Lambton and others have referred to a problem. And that problem on the American side is we have 350 American students in China. If we're going to understand Chinese civilization going forward, we need a heck of a lot more Americans who understand China than that. And so I don't know what the answer is. I know that my students are scared of going to China today, just as some Chinese students are scared of coming here. American students look at the example of the two Mikes from Canada, and they worry. They look at the fact that social media in China is terribly controlled. Well, they live on their social media. They live on those phones. They look at the new counter-espionage laws, and they worry that maybe they're going to get caught. Many of them, when they go to China these days, are approached by the Ministry of State Security. Perhaps it's benign, maybe it's something else. So we need to work on this problem. We need to work on the problem of how we get the academic and student exchanges back up to speed so that, again, we can understand the civilizational issues that divide us. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Our last but not the least speaker is Dr. Xin Chang from Fudan University. He just flew in yesterday, so probably still suffering from jet lag. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much and for the invitation. And I'm almost, before I speak something, I think the time is almost up. And so I will try to be short and to save the time for Q&A. And I would like to address some of the questions raised by the organizers. And first, I think it's about the whether the U.S. and China can find some common ground and stabilize the relations. Yes, I think yes. And but both sides have expressed their intentions and also taking some measures and to improve it, to stabilize the downward spirals. And but I think that the two sides also need to show their more sincerities and taking greater and stronger efforts to stabilize the downward, to stop the downward dynamics, given the increasing mutual suspicion and even hostility based on mutual distrust. And I think the two sides have tried to reopen the channels of communication. It's a good sign. And hopefully, President Xi Jinping will come to the United States for the APEC summit. And it's true that the two sides has displayed that kind of intention. And also, I think both sides have the capability. But I hope, but I'm not very confident, and that the two sides can really to bring the bilateral relations back to the normal track. I would regard it as a kind of tactical and partial attempt amid the structural and comprehensive strategic competition, and which very hard for the two sides to reverse that kind of momentum just by taking that kind of behaviors. And it's true, to have some dialogues is good and necessary, but far from being sufficient to manage the tense bilateral relations. And we all agree behaviors are much more important than rhetorics. The mistrust should be repaired, and the confidence should be re-established. And I also believe a lot of Chinese friends, and including American friends, think that kind of progress or somewhat improvement are really kind of very instrumentally, instrumental mentality oriented, because of the upcoming elections and all the presidential campaign in the United States, because of the outbreak of the Ukraine-Russian conflict, as well as the conflict happened between Israel and Palestinians. And also the two sides need to do something, to send a kind of constructive signals. But I doubt whether the two sides deeply in their heart, they have the real intention or the confidence to rebuild or resume that kind of constructive relations between us. And for the Taiwan issue, and I don't think that Beijing has an accelerated and non-peaceful timeline for reunification. And one of the important signals from Beijing is the so-called plans to promote integrated development across the Taiwan Strait just 1 month ago. And hundreds of the unilateral preferential policies have been advocated by Beijing. But I think that should be observed and also expressed or display the Beijing's sincerity to prevent the cross-strait relations from becoming worse. But however, the belief that Washington, from China's side, that Washington is incrementally hollowing out its one China policy and supporting one China, one Taiwan in the name of maintaining status quo might compel Beijing to change its strategic calculation. Just took the past few months into consideration, we saw that the President Biden has, for the first time, to use the presidential Georgetown authority for the arms sales to Taiwan, and also to use the power, the fund provided by Foreign Ministry Fund, and also we saw the expansion of about maybe 200 U.S. armies on the island, and kind of an expansion of military presence of U.S. on Taiwan, and also a lot of signals that can be interpreted by Beijing that the Washington is moving step by step the U.S.-Taiwan relations to a kind of quasi alliance relations. I think it will be very risky, and it's conflicting with the so-called 3 basic principles set or agreed by Beijing and Washington in 1979. That is to cut down to withdraw all the armies from the island, U.S. armies from the island, also to cut down the so-called diplomatic relations with Taiwan authority, and also to abolish the Mutual Defense Treaty. But for Beijing, now we think that all those 3 doctrines has been, changed incrementally and also very, very riskily. And finally, I would like to say that even though I don't have enough confidence, maybe I'm too pessimistic about the improvement momentum of the bilateral relations, but I think that maybe in the future, and some suggestions, that is, both sides must to be careful about that kind of ideological conflict drives, and it's very easy for each side or both sides to let the emotion overwhelm Russian, which is essential for a sensible policy making. And also, I think we need to have a better or deeper understanding of each other's strategic culture and mentality, also the behavior patterns. And for example, I think a lot of the American friends, like Professor Lampson and all the others, that China used to want to have set down the tone of the atmosphere, or an atmosphere of the bilateral relations, than to decide what and how we should cooperate with each other. But it seems American friends think in a different way. But you think that we can compete or contain you while we can cooperate with you in some other areas. But so it's sometimes very hard for Chinese to understand when U.S. has continued the arms sales to Taiwan, and you ask, and the Washington blame and urge Beijing, oh, you should cooperate with me and to deal with Russia, and to adhere to the doctrine of respect sovereignties of the other countries. And also it's very hard for Beijing to understand when U.S. want to have cooperation dealing with fentanyl issues, but the U.S. put a lot of the institutes from China on the sanctioned list, focusing on the drugs controls. So I think that the 2 sides really need more negotiations to discuss those questions. And also I think we need to maybe a little bit, maybe it's too academic to change that kind of mentality that the U.S. and China is state-to-state relations. Maybe in the future we should pay more attention to, or to think it in a way that it is society-to-society relations. And the younger generations, not only in the U.S. but also in China, they have I think very, or at least somewhat different ideas from our generations, or even maybe senior generations than me. But they will be the future leaders and the dominant power for the development of the bilateral relations, and maybe more flights, less restriction on visas, and to provide more convenient conditions and opportunities to enhance, to improve the younger generation's engagement between our 2 societies will be open some new doors or windows for the bilateral relations. And finally, I think it maybe is very practical for us to try our best to take the chance of the window of the opportunity and to make this summit between President Xi and President Biden meeting in San Francisco to happen. And otherwise, next year we might have a very much more difficult year if we have a combination of, for example, President Trump and the leader from Taiwan, Lai Ching-te. That combination will make all our efforts maybe to be destroyed overnight. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. So time actually is up, but I would like to collect a couple of questions from the audience, and then we'll get our 4 speakers to respond to them. So it's not going to be one by one, so just raise your questions. So Naji, Dr. Naji.
So thank you very much for an outstanding panel. My name is Stephen Nagy from the International Christian University. We've spent a lot of time talking about China-America relations, but I think it's also useful to look at surrounding countries within the region, whether it's Southeast Asia or Northeast Asia, how they view this very complicated relationship. And if you look at surveys such as the Institute of Southeast Asia Studies, Survey of Southeast Asia, or the ASEAN-China survey, or even the Lowy indexes, Asia Power Index, many countries are worried about the behavior of both of these states. And the word behind closed doors is great power autism, often comes up, that these 2 states really are insensitive to the needs of the surrounding states, and their behavior is deeply worrisome. I'm wondering if the panels, whether it's Michael or Victor or the others, could talk about this idea of the lack of assurances and how other countries feel that the interaction between the United States and China is highly problematic. And I think this really fits into Victor's comment about, I don't think the Thucydides trap is inevitable. And I don't think that's actually the scholar's intention. He's talking about a warning. But what is the implications for surrounding countries as they think about the lack of assurances and this interaction, the negative interaction between China and the United States? Thank you again to all speakers. Just an outstanding panel.
Any other questions? Go ahead. Yeah. Here, get the mic.
Yes. Hi, panelists. So my name is Yi Chen. Currently, I'm a graduate student of Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. So Professor Wilder just mentioned that a few decades ago, Mr. Chen Shui-bian was his biggest nightmare. And also, Professor Xing just mentioned that he is concerned about the upcoming possible inauguration of Lai Ching-te if he won the election. So that, and in addition, Minister Xu Xueyuan expected that the next year, as the electoral cycle of the U.S. entered to a new stage, it will be possible that the participants take a kind of aggressive, nasty actions toward China. So that I'm kind of concerned that if those 2 elections, the election in the U.S. and the election of Taiwan region, they were kind of combined, will that lead to a significant combined, aggregated effect that significantly deteriorates the Sino-US relationship? Thank you.
We'll collect one more from the audience. Go ahead. Over there.
Okay, thank you again for the excellent presentation. My name is Zhao Hai from Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. From all events, looks like there's a window of opportunity for a sort of detente between the 2 countries, but there seems to be conflicting interpretations of why we're getting there. From American perspective, now there's actually lack of talk about Thucydides trap and people believing that China is declining, and ultimately there might be no China surpassing the United States. So considering the long-term weakness of the Chinese, the U.S. is actually in a renewed position of strength, and that's why. And from Chinese perspective, that's because of the continuous struggle from the Chinese side and standing its ground and forcing the United States to accept a softer position. So which do you think that contributed to the current engagement between the two sides, and what outcome, because of this conflicting interpretations, that might these two sides have if there's a summit between the two? Thank you.
So the last question here.
Dong Hui with China Real News Agency of Hong Kong. Yesterday, Oriana Mastro had an article on New York Times calling for a resumption of the delicate balance between deterrence and reassurance on the Taiwan issue. And she suggested that at a back situation, the United States and China may reach a high-level agreement, that is a new communicate. Do you believe this suggestion is feasible or is kind of naive suggestion under the current situation? Thank you.
All right. I guess, Dennis, Oriana, that question is for you. And for Victor, I think you don't need really to debate Graham Allison. You can debate the professor from Johns Hopkins, Michael Beckley, who wrote the book Danger Zone, The Coming Conflict with China. And Professor Lambton probably can set up the debate for you, and you can do it tomorrow. But in any case, before you choose any of the 4 questions to answer, I also want each of you to answer this question very quickly. That is the attack on October the 7th and China's response to it. Has that opened a new front for U.S. and China to continue cooperation, or it is going to slow down the momentum, and maybe it will derail the summit in San Francisco as President Biden flies to Israel tomorrow? So yes or no, and any question you pick to answer. So we'll start with Xinjiang and go here, and then Michael, you'll be the cleanup hitter this time.
Thank you. I think he turns it on. Oh, thank you very much. It's, I don't think that China wants, personally, from China's perspective, we want to involve so much outside or external elements into our consideration or calculation about how to manage or stabilize U.S.-China relations, including the Russian-Ukraine crisis, and including the Palestinian and the Israel conflict. And because the bilateral relations already has been so complicated, and has been influenced so much by the so-called third-party element, and I don't think that China want to hope something. I should say we are worried about the interaction between U.S. and some of the third parties might bring negative impact upon our bilateral relations, and so China will try to avoid it, but we cannot guarantee that we can avoid it. And also for the can I answer some of the questions? Yeah, and it's if Lai Ching-te win the election. And to be frank, it's very likely, and in terms of the political situation now on the islands, I'm sure the cross-strait relations will become worse, and the tension will increase, and the political stalemate will be continued and even strengthened. The diplomatic isolation and that kind of effort from Beijing will be enhanced. And even the possibility for a military or security crisis, and it will become more likely. But if the Lai Ching-te can keep low profile, and to guarantee that he will not be the second Chen Shui-bian, or which had make Dennis headache, and I think Beijing will also wait and see and observe what the behaviors and the rhetorics of the DPP authority. But I'm sure the trust between Beijing and DPP is almost zero. And both sides, if, that happened, the lie become the winner. And both DPP authority and Beijing, they need a long time, great effort to manage that kind of relations from becoming a crisis. And also for the, there are some problems that some Americans overestimate the power growth of China and underestimates the power of the United States itself. And on the contrary, some Chinese, I think, overestimate the rise of China and underestimate the capability of the United States, and which very easily to lead to that kind of overstretch and from both sides. And it can become a kind of trigger for that kind of vicious, cycling or tit for tat and cycle. And I think both sides need to be careful and try to prevent that kind of misperception and misassessment. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Dennis?
I think that on the question of Hamas, I agree with Senator Schumer, and I think most Americans agree with Senator Schumer, that the Chinese response was disappointing. And it was disappointing because you can support Palestinian statehood without supporting a brutal, awful terrorist organization. And the fact that China was unwilling to name Hamas and to name its actions suggests in some way that China wasn't unhappy with what occurred. And countries cannot put themselves in that position. I think it was a very uncreative response from the Foreign Ministry of China, and one that isn't deserving, frankly, of a great power. Because anywhere in the world that we see terrorism, it has to be stopped. It has to be stopped in its tracks. And we, as an international community, must stand up to it together. So I would hope in the future on the Middle East situation, which is very complicated and very volatile at this moment, that China can take a more creative stance. One of the things that China does have is a strong relationship with the Palestinians and, frankly, a strong relationship with the Israelis. Maybe there's a role for China. I don't know. But certainly in this situation, China ought to be thinking about that and how it can demonstrate that it is involving great power. On the question of a new communique, having worked on the old communiques, having watched people struggle with them, until we have some strategic trust, I don't think we can come to that kind of document. I agree with my colleague over here. We need to deal with the top level issues, and then we can get to some of these other issues. So if we can get back to strategic trust, then we can have a new understanding on the Taiwan issue. I would also say be careful of deciding what Lai Ching-te is going to do. There is good evidence that President Tsai has tutored him and given him some strong instructions on where the DPP ought to position itself. And so I'm mildly optimistic about that situation.
Victor?
Thank you. Allow me to be very quick. First of all, I think for China's neighbors, as well as for the American allies, the real choice is not between China versus the United States. The real choice is whether China or the United States is doing the right thing. Now, it will be absurd if China does the right thing and you want to oppose it. It would be equally absurd if the United States does the right thing and you want to oppose it. It really depends on the positions of China and the United States. For example, when the United States bails out of WHO, to follow US leadership will be suicidal. And if you really follow US leadership in bailing out of WHO or other international organizations, for example, you are really throwing a wedge into the international order we are living through. And also, it will be ludicrous to expect that everything China stands for is wrong. No. Why? How can you expect a country completely transforming itself in a matter of 44 years and becoming a leading nation in so many lines of activities? I have due respect for India, tremendous respect for India, but 44 years ago, India and China were on a par as an economy. Now Chinese economy is almost 6 times that of the Indian economy. I'm always staggered by the disparity between these two countries in a matter of 4 decades. There must be something that China has been doing right, and that something is being missed here in the United States. Therefore, I think China and the United States really need to understand each other better and get along with each other better. Now, we are talking about a summit meeting on the sideline of G20 in San Francisco in November. Yeah, the APEC summit in San Francisco. I do hope we can think even bigger things for China and the United States. I hope President Biden will not be the first US incumbent president since President Reagan, since Carter actually, who does not visit China in his office. So I will be happy to make sure that President Biden will be visiting China as a state, in a state visit, and likewise President Xi Jinping will be visiting Washington in a state visit. And you may say, Victor, you are being too optimistic, you do not know the realities in Washington. But allow me to mention one thing, and I'll be very quick. You never know. Why? Because if, for example, President Biden eventually will not proceed with this presidential election, and you never know whether he will or not, then he may have the freedom of going to China before July 2024 on the condition another Democratic candidate will be produced to run in his stead. And who will be that person? Let's keep our eyes very wide open to see what will happen to the presidential election on the Democratic side. And then if the Americans can bring President Xi Jinping to Washington for a state visit in reciprocity to the US President Biden's visit to China, I think we can really make great progress. For China-US relations, while being fully aware of the challenges and the daunting difficulties, I remain an optimist, because I think these two countries can only live and let live. And
thank you.
promote each other eventually. Thank you very much.
Michael.
Okay, I'll be brief. Just 2 points. One on the middle power issue. I think it's a very important question. There are certainly, I think that partly the Biden administration's movement towards greater engagement, if you want to call it that, and its messaging, ever since at least Tony Blinken's trip to Beijing, has in part been a reflection of the kinds of concerns that have been expressed by what we'd call middle powers in Europe, in Asia, about the direction of the U.S.-China relationship and what U.S. objectives are, what Chinese objectives are, and how do we moderate this rivalry in realistic ways, in meaningful ways. And I think those concerns are still there. I think there's greater hope, expectation that there may be some greater stability, yes, but there still needs to be, I think, more dialogue and listening to some of the real deep concerns of some groups within the different countries involved about where things are going. U.S. allies, including U.S. allies in some cases are moving closer to the United States, in part because of Chinese behavior, but there still is a real level of friction within even South Korea, Japan, and others about where the United States should be going in its relationship with China and vis-a-vis the Taiwan issue in particular. And the Quincy Institute, my institute, is going to be doing a lot more work on this issue, on middle power diplomacy. And I recommend to all of you a recent report that was published. We just had a webinar about this yesterday morning at Quincy that was published by a group of Japanese, influential Japanese, about Japan's Asia strategy, which expressed a lot of these concerns and offered some alternative policies forward from what is now being done within Japan under its recent national security strategy. So I think that's a big issue. We're going to see more of this, and Quincy is going to be more and more involved. Let me just say a last word about the Hamas issue. I share very much what Mike and Dennis and others have said about China's failure to come out clearly to condemn Hamas, for sure. At the same time, for me, the basic question, the much larger question is stopping this conflict from expanding. Stopping this, and what that means is, as I see it, preventing a dynamic taking over between Israel and Iran, not Hamas. Hamas is, in this sense, it's a catalyst, but it's not at the center of this problem. The problem is Iran and the attitude of the Arab states, the populations of the Arab states, many of whom are indicating very strongly sympathy for Hamas, high sympathy for Hamas in certain ways. And the Chinese don't want to get on the wrong side of that. And the Chinese are, I think, trying to establish, they're in a middle position here. And they're trying to balance both continued good relations with the Arab states, good relations with Iran, which is becoming very important, and also avoid alienating the Israelis. And the United States, I don't think they worry that much about because they've alienated the United States. But in the Middle East, I think that's the dynamic, and the fear is that Iran's reaction to greater intensification of the conflict over Hamas will prompt an Israeli action that could really then lead us into a much more difficult situation. And I think on that score, the U.S. and China both agree that there needs to be a limit on that's why you've had recent dialogue between senior U.S. and Chinese officials on this issue. I think there's an effort by the U.S. to try to restrain Israel to some degree, but also to message to China that it needs to exert its leverage to try to restrain Iran, just as they want to have the same thing done by Russia vis-a-vis Iran. So that larger diplomatic and power-oriented dialogue and discussion and interaction, I think, is what's driving this process, not so much how much you condemn Hamas or how much you condemn the Israelis.
I'm so glad we landed on something that the two countries can work together. And on that note, let's thank our panelists for their even-handed presentations.
And thank you to Dr. Liu as well, and then the four panelists. I have so much to say thank you, but because of time limit, and then we're going to have, again, a very brief coffee break, and before we start, getting the floor to my colleague Sarah, who's going to take the lead in discussion on trade technologies. Thank you.
Where do you want to do this?
我见过所有的美国总统 except Trump。 好，那谢谢。Thank you。辛苦。谢谢，说的很好，谢谢。你先来，复旦危险，复旦往下一点，来，没这个大事，来，或者我们一起来。Yes, right.
Be sure to do.
Would you want like water on this table? Yes, please. Yes, please. We actually need 5 more bottles of paint. Yes. Don't worry about anything. Don't press anything. So they're just going to turn them on. When they see you up there, they're going to turn them on. Okay, but I think everyone used the podium this morning. Yeah, it's the same concept. Yeah, I think it's going to be the same. But just in case, if you're too big and then right. Okay. Just give us a few seconds.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I would like to invite everyone getting back to your seating so that we can proceed with panel 2 shortly, momentarily.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to panel 2. Let's start. We're starting a little late, so let's get moving quickly. The topic of panel 2 is taking stock of selective decoupling in U.S.-China economic and trade ties and tech ties. We have a terrific panel out here. Their CVs are in the bios, are in the brochure, so I'm not going to go over that. Let me, before we start this panel, just give a brief recap of the many measures that have brought U.S.-China economic relations to where they are, and the sense of how much has transpired in just the last couple of years. Let me take you back to, this is March 2018, and that's when the trade war kicked off with the Section 301 tariffs, which was occasioned by China's large bilateral deficits. Come August 18, the U.S. Congress passed the Foreign Investment Risk Reduction and Modernization Act, which was an upgrade of the mergers and acquisitions regulatory process out here, which was primarily aimed at kind of closing the gap on Chinese minority investments, which sought to exploit their position, those minority investments in U.S. tech companies, and thereby gain access to IP and trade secrets. The tech war started in earnest in May 2019 after the collapse of the U.S.-China 100-day negotiations on trade, which led to the Phase 1 agreement later on thereafter. We had in May 2019, we had the Information and Communications Technology and Services Supply Chain Order, on the strength of which in August 2020, we had the effort to essentially impose the foreign direct product rule on and try to kneecap Huawei. The Biden administration doubled down on many of these actions, most notably, as we will hear, in terms of the October 7th Advanced Computing, Supercomputers and Semiconductors order, which is aimed not just at denying China access to high-end chips, but tried to kind of choke the very existence of a Chinese indigenous capability to produce such high-end, to design and produce high-end chips back in China. That October 7th order needs to be read in conjunction with the CHIPS Act's foreign entities of concern final rule, which was issued just last month, which places a very low ceiling in terms of foreign investments which can be made in China's chip ecosystem in exchange for, of course, production subsidies to produce in the United States. Additionally, in August earlier this August, we had the outbound investment screening executive order trying to take first steps to institute such a mechanism, which would be the counterpart of the FIRMA legislation, which was passed in August 2018. And that's still at an early stage. Now, the Biden administration went not just in terms of sanctioning and controls and denials, but it also went with a very aggressive industrial policy with the aim of outcompeting China. It has utilized a number of domestic authorities, including the Defense Production Act, Buy American Act, the Bayh-Dole Act, Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act, and of course very large investment tax credits, which are most notably in the CHIPS Act and in the Inflation Reduction Act. We will be talking about those also in some detail. So there has been much that's transpired. Now, this is not just what the US has done. In parallel, Europe has taken quite a number of steps too, in terms to mimic some of these measures in terms of the foreign direct investment screening framework, the foreign subsidies regulation, the anti-coercion instrument, the European Chips Act, the 5G toolbox, or even very recently the list of critical technology areas that the Europeans would like to protect. And of course, from the beginning of this year, we've seen some Chinese countermeasures also in this regard. So, just to think back, all this has happened in just the last 5 years. I mean, it's really a present at the creation moment, perhaps. It might not turn out that way maybe over the next 25 years, but it could be also that sort of present at the creation moment in terms of enormous developments in US-China economic and trade relations. And just to understand where we are going in this regard, and particularly with regard to some of these measures which have been taken, and how they have been actually implemented, and what is the status quo at this point of time in this regard. But before we get down to some of these economic decoupling related questions and issues, I thought we'd touch first upon where China is at this point of time from an economic, a macroeconomic perspective. We've heard about all the false starts of China trying to exit its post-COVID malaise. And therefore, I thought, let's get a bigger picture first of where the Chinese economy is to set the table, in a sense, for the discussion of how China and the US might or might not be selectively decoupling. And to discuss China's macroeconomy, let me invite Dr. Yukon Huang from Carnegie Endowment to express his views. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, Rob. I'm an economist, and there aren't many economists these days commenting. And if they do make comments, no one listens to them anyway. So here's what I have to say. From the first session, there is a common view that U.S.-China tensions reflects the conflict between a rising power and the dominant economic power. And the nature of those tensions in the future will depend greatly upon, can China continue to grow? Can it become a major innovative power? Now, views of China's economic situation and prospects have varied widely over the last year. Last winter, people were quite positive because China dropped draconian COVID policies. They thought that revenge consumption would uplift the economy. The first quarter indicators were really high. And most financial institutions increased their forecast of China's growth from 5% to as much as 6%. So that's January, February, March. It's only 6 months ago. Then the second quarter views collapsed. Trade fell, property crisis, unemployment rates among the youth, U.S.-China tensions, and all the major financial institutions adjusted their growth rates downwards. And many thought that this would no longer be the so-called Asia or the China future, but that China is entering a very stagnant period of long-term growth that would never catch up to the United States. In the last 2 months, the Chinese situation stabilized. And the big question now is, will it continue to grow? Will it continue to decline? How will this impact on U.S.-China relations? There are 3 questions I'd like to focus upon. The first question has to do with, can China continue to grow at a relatively rapid, sustainable rate for the future? The second question I want to answer is, what is the impact of the U.S.-China trade and technology tensions on the growth prospects and innovative capacity of both the United States and China? The third question I want to answer is, how have these trade tensions in U.S.-China relations affected global supply chains, manufacturing, and the capacity of China and the West? And what can we expect? So let's look at the first question. There are some who forecast that growth in China next year will be lower than this year, and some as low as 2 to 3%. A China which grows at 3% in the future is not financially sustainable. It cannot achieve its innovative capacities. But how can it grow? Trade is no longer going to be the driver. The property market has collapsed. Local governments are bankrupt. They can't push infrastructure. So how can China grow at 5 to 6% in the future? And there's a very strange answer to this. China is still a very distorted economy. And the irony is, it's a distorted economy with very significant growth potential. And that distortions have not been addressed. And if you look at the major issues, one major issue is the property collapse, local governments are bankrupt. How do you solve that? And is there a solution? And the answer is there is a solution, but very few people recognize it. The second problem is the private sector. The government is trying to revive the private sector, give them greater confidence. How do you do that? The answer, there is an answer, but the government actually hasn't addressed it. The third problem is consumption. Consumption is not rebounding. People want China to stimulate the economy. They want them to put in subsidies. They want the budget to go up and run a bigger deficit. But China can't do this because it has a major financial problem. Can China stimulate consumption without worsening its financial position? And the answer is yes. In all three of these areas, there's actually solutions, but there is a major problem. The problem is that all these solutions may hit at the perception that the party will start to lose control over the command of resources and the private sector activities. So let me give you a simple example. Take consumption. How do you boost consumption in China without increasing the debt? And the answer is quite simple. And the answer lies in a very strange area. China has restrictive hukou residency policies. 200 million Chinese live in cities and they don't have hukou. So why is that an economic issue and not just a social issue? Because migrant workers save 40% more than normal Chinese households. They can't buy cars, they can't buy households, they can't do various things, they don't send the kids to local schools. You give them hukou, consumption in China would increase by 30%, equivalent to 1% increase every year for a sustainable future at no financial cost to the government. But this would mean changing China's control over the movement of labor, and that's a sensitive issue. What about the private sector? How do you assure the private sector the government wants to encourage commercial activities, wants to reduce the tightening regulations? Is there something you could actually do besides saying to the private sector, I want you to produce, I'm giving you assurances? The answer is yes, there is something you can do. You could drop the requirement that private companies must have a party cell. The existence of a party cell in private companies creates political controversies and contradictions with commercial objectives. It's a stroke of the pen change. It would signify to the business community, we want you to actually go out there and do what you think to make more and more money. Now, what about property market? What about the local governments? How do you solve that problem? The problem isn't actually the financing problems of Evergrande. The problem has to do with the fact that local governments in China don't have resources. The revenues in the system are basically collected by the center and not by the local authorities. Local authorities have only been able to finance their expenditures by supporting property development. And that's why the whole country supports property development. And you can't sustain this. And what is the solution to this? The solution is you must have a major fiscal reform that transfers more resources to the private sector and locally, local governments, and away from the center. But this is politically sensitive. It means you're increasing the autonomy of the provinces vis-a-vis the center. So these are three major problems, but there are also major solutions possible. And the question in the future is, suppose China actually addressed these issues. China could easily grow at 6% a year for another 10 years. And that's the big question that we have to look at. So that's the first answer. The second question is, what about U.S.-China tensions, the tech restrictions? Who's being hurt? And the answer, of course, is both sides are being hurt. How much is China's growth rate being affected by these restrictions on semiconductors and high tech? The answer is probably about 1% of GDP. So China's growth rate in this year, next year, and the future is going to be probably 1% lower than it might have been if you didn't have these tensions. But what about America? Will America be affected? And the answer is America will be affected because America's high-tech companies cannot export to China. Therefore, they cannot put more money in research and development. The innovative capacity of the United States will be weakened. Now, there have been simulations. So both sides are hurt. So what is the critical difference? The critical difference is that China will be hurt in the near term, America will be hurt in the medium term. So simulations show that 5 years down the line, if you have this tech war and this trade war, China's growth rate may decline by, let's say, a point. Whether it's 4 to 5, it might be 3 to 4. But America's growth rate will decline by 1%, also by 1%. So if America grows at 2% normally, it will only grow at 1%. An America that grows at only 1% is also financially and technologically not viable. So we actually face a situation where both sides face what I would call a non-viable future if you continue with these trade tensions. Let me go with the third issue. What has been the impact about the trade and technology war on the production chain, trade patterns, advanced manufacturing? U.S. imports from China have fallen dramatically, relatively speaking. So America is buying much more from Europe, much more from Vietnam, much more from Mexico and Brazil, less from China than it used to be. Let's look at China's side. If China's exporting less to America, is its share of global exports declining or falling? And the answer, it isn't. It's hitting record levels. So how can it be that China cannot sell to America, but its global exports are now record levels? And the answer is it's selling more to Europe, to Africa, to Vietnam, more to Mexico, more to Canada. China's share of global manufacturing has increased. America's share is declining. So China is not selling directly to America, but selling more imports, components, and spare parts to Vietnam, Mexico, Brazil, and others. And these goods are then being exported to the United States. So China's indirect exports to the United States have soared, while its direct exports to the United States have declined. Now, on the other end, China's imports as a share of GDP are falling dramatically. So in one nutshell, conclusion is the trade war has led to a funny kind of situation. The world is becoming more dependent upon China, but China is becoming less dependent upon the world. Will this matter, actually, manufacturing trade, in the next 4 or 5 years? And the interesting question is, it may not actually matter that much. Because 5 years down the line, it's not actually going to be manufacturing or trade that's going to drive the global economy. It's going to be services. And you're already beginning to see this year, that the share of manufacturing trade globally is declining relative to the share of services globally. This is potentially a problem for China, because China is not actually good in services, it's very good in manufacturing. So these are the key questions in the future. The shifting composition between trade and services, the direct and indirect consequences between China's trade and the rest of the world. And then the question is, how will this affect the security, the tensions, the U.S.-China relations? And I'll leave it to the rest of the panel to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yukon. Particularly the point of whether the Chinese government can get out of the way credibly for private entrepreneurs to feel confident that they can take forward and invest in the economy. Can I call upon Paul Triolo next to provide his views? Paul is Senior Vice President for China and Technology Policy Lead at Albright Stonebridge. Paul.
Is this working? Okay. Thanks, Sir Aben. Great comments. Well, I usually compliment panel organizers on the timing of the panel, because there's always so many things happening in U.S.-China relations, so there's always something right on the horizon. But I think today maybe really takes the cake, because I've just spent the last 2 hours reading a 295-page document that the Commerce Department released this morning on export controls, updating the 7 October controls. So your timing couldn't have been more perfect to schedule this. So I'd like to just sort of put that release in some context, and we can dive into some of the issues related to it. First of all, just to step back quickly, I think my first reaction, we've been telling clients this for weeks, is will this or will this not derail the Biden-Xi summit? So I think at this point, I might have felt differently a couple months ago, but I think at this point, my sense is the Chinese view export controls as kind of a chronic problem that they're dealing with here, and not necessarily an acute problem. And so I don't think at this point, although as I read more into this 295-page document, I might change my mind. I don't think this is going to derail a potential Biden-Xi summit. We have Wang Yi coming at the end of the month, and I think that we're on course for that, because I think both leaders and both administrations, if you will, want that meeting to occur. But it's a pretty big deal coming right now, because it's a major update. And there's lots of implications of it. And then the other issue is, the Chinese, for example, the Chinese delegation has been invited to a Chinese delegation has been invited to the UK AI Summit in early November. And so will this impact the willingness of the Chinese government, for example, to discuss AI governance? So those are the two sort of macro things that come immediately to mind in terms of the potential impact of this. But let me just recap quickly how we got here, because I think it's important to understand things like the Huawei Mach 60 and sort of where China goes from here on a bunch of issues around these export controls and other parts of the relationship. I think it's in the Trump era, of course, U.S. policy around technology in general and semiconductors was kind of a sort of haphazard, going after companies like Huawei and ZTE. There was no real strategic policy that was articulated at the very highest levels of the U.S. government. That changed pretty dramatically last year, in fact, just before the first round of the 7 October controls, when National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan elaborated what I call the Sullivan Doctrine, which consisted of these three really important parts. One was maintaining an absolute lead over China in technology, whatever, writ large. The second was the small yard high fence analogy that had been kind of kicking around academia. And then the third one was the idea that these three pillars, advanced compute, biotech, and green technology were strategic pillars and force multipliers that were key national security interests to the U.S. government. So now we're in the last year we see sort of the policy stemming from that high-level articulation of sort of what the strategy is, and of course tools like export controls and outbound investment reviews that we've heard mentioned are key parts of that. But I think it's important to understand the implications of that, because it does the advanced compute part in particular is semiconductors, semiconductor manufacturing equipment, quantum computing, and AI, and that's a rather huge bucket right there that sort of arguably works against the small yard high fence argument. So there's some internal contradictions to the Sullivan Doctrine, one could argue, because the range of technologies is pretty broad. Green tech and EVs, of course, is a huge area which we can touch on, but that's a whole other area, and it's the reverse, of course, of the advanced compute situation where U.S. companies dominate those supply chains. In the case of green tech, of course, Chinese companies dominate those, and we have clients in the middle of all these things, right? That are working these issues. So we're sort of living the Sullivan Doctrine on a day-to-day basis, arguably. So I think that there's a couple things that are of real importance to touch on here. So part of the strategy is also reaching out to allies and enlisting allies in this, and I think that's a different again than the Trump era, of course. A huge difference is trying to enlist a variety of players, sort of broadly around technology issues with respect to China, and then specifically on things like semiconductor manufacturing equipment with Japan and the Netherlands. So I think there's four pieces to this that are important to note. What are the policy goals here, which we can talk about. For example, today, if you read carefully the document that came out, the broad policy goal is preventing China from developing AI models that could have military end uses. Okay, we can argue about whether that's a valid policy goal and whether that makes sense. And then the second thing is incentives for allies. Like, what are the incentives again for allies to sign up to these controls, which I think is really important, because really the Japanese and the Netherlands were dragged kicking and screaming, into aligning to some degree with these controls. And then I think the tools that are being used here are important to discuss, because I think a lot of effort is focused on the tools, but the tools are not the policy or not the strategy, right? The tools are just tools, but people focus a lot on things like export controls as a policy. And then I think the really key for me and my clients in industry is the costs. What are the costs of all of these measures? Because they're considerable. Arguably right now, for example, the biggest losers from the October 7th controls and these follow-on controls are U.S. companies, U.S. chip makers, NVIDIA, Intel, prime among them, and then U.S. tool makers, all global leaders in their relative technology domains. And of course, several of the CEOs of those companies visited the White House during the summer and argued against just what we saw today released. And they were ignored, and hugely ignored, arguably, because they were very concerned about changing the goalpost again, for example, on things like GPUs. And concerned about what this would mean for the China market. So. And I think all of this sort of comes together, arguably to some degree, in the Huawei phone, which was also released, of course, during Gina Raimondo's visit to China in August. And so that was a very interesting timing, of course, not coincidental. My sources tell me that Huawei was not ready to release that phone, but was ordered to do so at the very highest levels of the Chinese government to make a sort of point that China was capable of overcoming these export controls. And again, that phone, which I got my hands on at Huawei's global flagship store in Shanghai a couple weeks ago, is a pretty impressive device, right? And I've written quite a bit about this already, so I won't go into too many details. But I think it's important because it illustrates a lot of these the thrust of the controls that came out today, and also the October 7th controls, which are coming from these two different directions. One is the controls on Huawei. And you can argue whether it's really the goal of the U.S. government to prevent Huawei from building a consumer handset. That's another interesting part of this. But obviously, the key focus is on the domestic capabilities to manufacture semiconductors. And this looks like it came from SMIC. It was designed at the 7 nanometer node. Important to note that all of the capability that SMIC had pre-exists the October 7th control. So they had all the equipment, they had all the know-how to do this, and so it shouldn't be surprising that they did this. The methods they used, for example, are very well known in industry to push their existing lithography tools, for example, to the limit to try to get more performance. But I think the big question then is going forward is, with all the new controls coming out, where does China go with all this? Because arguably the Huawei phone that represents sort of the crystallization of China's existing capabilities to try to overcome the controls. There's still a big question about what's the roadmap now. Where does China go from here? There's still tremendous restrictions, for example, on advanced lithography systems. So there's a huge issue there. But I think that for me the key takeaway of that is that U.S. controls have massively incentivized the Chinese system to get better and to innovate and to sort of invest in domestic capabilities. So, for example, the tool makers in China just over the last year have become fully vertically integrated with the fabs in a way they never were before October 7th. And they were already taking market share, those tool makers, from U.S. companies, and now they're taking even more market share. So I think finally I think we have to at least consider, are the assumptions for these export controls, is the basic assumption sort of wrong? When you talk to people in the industry, the concern is that the assumption seems to be that U.S. companies have a secret sauce, a secret technology that only they have, and if we lock that up, will prevent China from developing that technology. And in fact, the way this industry works, for example, semiconductor industry, it's an applied science, and there are many different ways to do things. And so so in fact, U.S. companies don't have a monopoly on specialized knowledge. And so by incentivizing Chinese companies to innovate and look for other ways, what we've done essentially is ensure that Chinese capabilities will improve domestically over the next decade. And then the idea, of course, that controlling those technologies means that China can't develop them. I think we've seen already with the Huawei phone, and I think we'll continue to see innovation in the Chinese sector. And then finally, that what that means is the big losers, again, as I noted earlier, are U.S. companies, and they've been making the argument for the last 3 years that undercutting their market in China, for example, it cuts into their R&D budgets and their ability to innovate, and that's a national security issue. And clearly, that argument has not found any reception in Washington over the last 2 years. And then I think finally, the other misconception I think is that China would have kicked out all the foreign companies anyway. But of course, governments can't mandate that their companies get better. And particularly in the semiconductor industry, I think that Chinese companies, without the controls, would have tried to use the best technology as companies around the world do from anywhere. They wouldn't, and that, for the most part, up until 2 years ago, was from U.S. companies. And so we've sort of incentivized Chinese companies to both design out U.S. technology and to sort of channel investment and other resources into domestic companies. And then finally, let me just, if we want to touch on EVs, I think the other part of since the theme is sort of broader decoupling, I think that the danger, I think, would be if the sort of green technology and and things like EVs and EV battery supply chains get sort of dragged into the broader issues around U.S.-China relations and decoupling, et cetera. I think that's a really bad development. And I think there it's tricky because there is no easy strategy, like there's no Sullivan doctrine for green technology, or there's no clear policy approach that will not essentially deny U.S. companies and U.S. automakers, for example, access to the best and greatest EV battery technology, which again is primarily from the top 15 of 20 companies that do that are Chinese. Let me stop there.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, we got lucky on the timing, of course. Thanks for your fascinating insights of how the Chinese are responding, and also for just teasing out the issue, with regard to the IRA and the CHIPS Acts, huge subsidies on the line. We see that in chips, we see that in autos and EVs, and we see that in solar too. And these are all, in these three industries, they're all positioned at different points. Who leads which industry? The US leads obviously chips, China is dominant in autos, getting dominant in autos and solar. And basically how that legislation plays out will be fascinating to watch. Our next speaker is Bill. Can I hand the floor over to you? William Allen Reinsch is the Senior Advisor and Scholl Chair in International Business at the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you. I want to say a few words about de-risking and supply chains first, and then get into the part of the CHIPS Act and export control issues a little bit too. I don't necessarily disagree with Paul, but I have a slightly different perspective. On the de-risking question, I think there's a tendency in our media to assume that this is a government-led exercise, not just in the United States, but elsewhere, and I think that's a mistake. This is a private sector-led exercise. Companies are constantly reassessing the risk of doing business everywhere they're located, Russia being an even more obvious location. But they're clearly reassessing the risk of doing business in China. And I think this is not a new thing. This has been going on probably for 10 years. It was motivated initially by energy price volatility and changes in ocean freight shipping costs, desire to be closer to your customers, shorten your supply chains, decrease risk. COVID accelerated that with all the associated supply chain problems that arose. And now it's being accelerated further by a variety of actions in China specifically, where I think we've seen a series of mixed messages, which were illustrated, I think, when Secretary Raimondo was there. The message from the Ministry of Commerce is, we love you, come here, trade here, invest here. At the same time, the Ministry of State Security is going around raiding American companies or foreign companies, detaining their executives and not allowing them to leave the country. The message for American CEOs is, that could be me, and maybe I need to think a little bit more about the wisdom of having a significant physical presence in the country that particularly requires me to go there. The tendency, I think, in the West is to watch what they do and not what they say. And so the messages of you're welcome here are nice, but the reality is what the Ministry of State Security is doing. And I think that sends a very different message to American companies and is accelerating the process of rethinking risk. What they actually do, of course, it depends really on their company business models. It's not one size fits all. If you are in a low capital intensive, low tech business, if you make t-shirts, for example, you've probably already left China years ago because of the rising labor costs and probably moved to Bangladesh. If you haven't, you probably will. If you have a multi-billion-dollar manufacturing plant in China, you're not going to do that. Your investment there is too great. What you will do, and what I think most Western companies are doing, is re-examining their supply chains and making judgments to identify points of vulnerability or choke points, which are simply points where there's a sole supplier. And the sole supplier might be in China, the sole supplier might be somewhere else. And the risk is not just political risk. The risk is earthquake, monsoon, flood, any number of things that create a variety of natural disasters that can interrupt the process of moving your products from your parts and components from where they're made to the port or where your assembly plant is. And so what you're going to see, I think, companies in the West increasingly doing is building a fourth variable into their supply chain calculations. The three they've been using for years are, lowest price, best quality, best delivery schedule. Those are all economic variables. They now understand they have to build a fourth variable into their equation, which is resiliency, which is not really an economic variable, but they have to build it in nonetheless so they don't get caught short and have to close an entire plant for want of a single part, which they've not been able to get for any number of different reasons. And so the answer to that, I think, for them is not necessarily to leave China or to leave where they are. The answer is more likely going to be to create redundant capabilities somewhere else. Find somebody else who can supply the items where you depend on China, and then maintain your relationships with your Chinese suppliers. But should there be a supply interruption, you have alternatives. I think what that means you will see is, and what you're already seeing really, is the decline of new investment, new FDI going into China, as Western companies search for other places to locate new investment. But it doesn't necessarily mean a massive pullout. So on that front, I think that, you're going to, the only other thing I'd say about that is this is not a tsunami. 6 months from now, we're not going to have dramatically different supply chains than we've had for the previous 15 years. 10 years from now, we will have dramatically different supply chains than we do now. It takes a long time. It takes a long time to move beyond the contractual relationships that you've got now. It takes a long time to find new suppliers that can scale up and that can meet your quality and price demands. So this is something that happens over a very long period of time, and it's something that companies consider very carefully when they do it. Now, government can put its thumb on the scale in this exercise. They can do that through subsidies. If you come back here, we will give you money. And they can do it through export controls and say you cannot ship that item to that country. So they can influence the decision-making process or influence the calculation that companies make, but they don't have the last word on the subject. Here, I think the common phrase is, the U.S. policy has been promoted, protect. I think the more colorful metaphor is the marathon metaphor. If you're in a marathon, and this is one, there's only two ways to win. You run faster than the other guy, or you trip the other guy. Running faster is the CHIPS and Science Act. It's the IRA. It's also the infrastructure bill. It's creating a context in which American companies will be better fit to compete against China, not in China so much as in third countries, where we will go head-to-head with them in a range of critical technologies in the future. So the battleground is not in China. The battleground is in Africa, Latin America, India, the Middle East, Europe. And what the Biden administration is trying to do is get our companies in better shape to contest the challenge that China is going to pose for them in a range of technologies in the future. The tripping the other guy part is export controls and restrictions on investment. That's a harder policy to implement, and probably over the long term, the less important policy. Running faster works better, and running faster is something that we can control. The United States does not control the Chinese economy, but the United States does control the United States economy. And there are things that we can do here to enable our companies to do things that enable us to compete better. Export controls, in contrast, though, has the advantage of broad bipartisan support for a tougher posture toward China. We can get into the politics of that if you want, but I won't take up your time by doing that. I've spoken on that before. I think it's worth noting that the rule of last October 7th that Paul referred to really represents a significant change in U.S. policy. The policy for the previous 30 years, which really began when I was doing this, was basically a flexible level of control simply designed to keep the adversary, not only China, but for purposes of today, China, 1 or 2 generations behind where we were technologically. That had certain advantages. It enabled us to sell them lots of low-end or older stuff and use that money to do what exactly Paul said, to R&D into next generation products. And as those next generation products were developed, we could move the control levels up to enable the sales of items that were now older. The administration changed that a year ago by basically putting it in a flat line and saying, as long as we're in, that's the line of control, and we'll flesh that out, which is what they did this morning. But that's the line. What that means in practice is raises three questions, and I'll close with that. One is the effect on U.S. company revenues. I think the short-term effect has been not that big, with the exception of a couple companies, NVIDIA being one. But the impact on the negative impact on U.S. companies will become greater, because if the line is flat and as technology evolves, the universe of stuff subject to controls is going to get larger and larger. And that means the effect on company revenues is going to grow, and it's going to affect more companies. So you get into the question of kneecapping. You know, are we in fact hurting our own companies more than we're hurting the Chinese? The second question is the effect of these controls on Chinese policy. My view is it doesn't have any effect on their policy. They decided a long time ago to pursue indigenous development. It probably has accelerated what they're doing, and I assume that we anticipated that in what the government did. The third and last question, which I think is the most interesting one, is the design out question. To what extent does this create an incentive for China and for third countries to create technologies and products that do not contain any American input, any American parts and components or any American technology, thereby making them essentially exempt from the controls that the United States and its allies have established. If you want to see an example of that, look at the communication satellite issue in the late 90s and the early aughts, where the Congress imposed strict controls on the export of ComSats for launch on Chinese rockets, and the U.S. global market share shrank from 75% to 25% in the space of a few years. Congress corrected the mistake, and some of that has been recovered, but it's an interesting question to study whether that's going to happen again this time around. I think the Huawei chip is an example, although that's not an example of building a new technology, because as Paul said, it really was done with technology they already had, and it was done with Western technology. But it did demonstrate that there are workarounds. There are always workarounds in controls. It's constantly kind of a cat and mouse game, because there's always downstream collateral events that are unexpected. I think the noteworthy thing about the Huawei chip is not that it happened, which was entirely predictable, but that it happened as quickly as it did. And that suggests to me anyway that the Chinese have, and this is illustrated in some other sectors, have been more adept at responding to these kinds of controls than we anticipated. I think, I would have said a couple of years, and it didn't take a couple of years. So will we see this more in the future? Probably. Will we see it also in third countries trying to take advantage of the economic situation? I think over a longer period of time, quite possibly, yes. This is a sector where the entry barriers are very high. Both technological and the capital entry barriers are very high. You can't just, if you don't do this now, you can't just go out and start build a fab plant next month and suddenly be competitive. It takes a long time, and the universe of countries that can do that is very small. But what we have done, I think, is create the incentive to do that. And so if you look at this industry, I think 5 years from now, it'll be a much more complicated industry with more parties, I think, in it than there are now. And with that, I'll stop.
Thanks, Bill, for reminding us that it's private players who will ultimately shape what de-risking looks like. I mean, the supply chains, the global value chains was itself occasioned by, Japanese suppliers moving to East Asia, to Southeast Asia because of the high yen forced by US policy at that point of time. And it's interesting also that, the latest, most detailed studies, the early detailed studies are showing that supply chains are actually lengthening right now because China still remains the world champion of intermediate goods. So if you want to relocate elsewhere, you can relocate elsewhere, but you need to import it from China, and it's just extending out the supply chain. So private sector will determine, and it's a fascinating issue. Let's move on to our next speaker. He is Mr. Zhou Mi. He's the senior researcher at the Institute of American and Oceanic Studies at the Chinese Academy of International Trade and Economic Cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much for having me here. I think it's my pleasure to be here to discuss the related issues with you. And as the first panel, we discussed a lot of things about how people of both sides to make decisions. But actually, when we are trying to discuss this topic, it's a very nice place to be in DC, the capital of the United States. But when we're trying to talk about the business, maybe the markets has more rights. So as the panelists have mentioned that the trade has changed a lot. So I will try to focus on the past 20 months and the trade between China and the United States. But unfortunately, I cannot show you the graphs. So maybe after the panel, we can give you the graphs that we can try to look at what's a real change of the patterns at both sides. Well, as for the trade, I think the first question is about whether it is still important of the trade between China and the United States. I would say that we are looking at the trade, we are trying to make it into two sides. The first is the export. Export matters are allowed for the farmers, ranchers, and workers, as we always observe such statement from the USTR and also the Secretary of Commerce. And they are trying to put the position of those peoples in the first priorities. And that is one of the priorities for the import from United States to China. Well, the import is also important for keeping the business environment normal and affordable. Well, if we are looking at the data about the CPI, about the inflation, we saw there are a lot of difficulties in the United States compared with in China. I think one of the factors is there are more tariffs, which makes the choices much more dispersed to other countries. Well, if they are still trying to import something from China, they have to pay more. So this is kind of thing that we need to consider about to make the environment more affordable. Well, when U.S. governments have strong intentions to reverse the international transfers of industries, as one of my observation that China has benefited a lot from the transfer of the industries in the past decades. Well, we still believe that trend will not stop here in China. So some panelists discussed about the transfer from China to other countries. I agree, it's happened, and we are not trying to stop that because it's a kind of rules for the international practices. But the United States want to do something to interfere with the process. Actually, we see there are some good signals as the manufacturing increased and the salaries of the manufacturing also increased. Well, they still have to address many challenges, like I observed in Los Angeles. They told me that they want to control the pollution of the air. Well, for many decades, they put a lot of restrictions on the oil, on the gasolines, but finally, they solved this problem by the transfer of the industries, the sectors. So actually, this is not reversible in my understanding. Well, China is pursuing sustainable development with better international trade to provide enough space, not only for China, but also for other countries. Well, in my understanding that the global supply chains is not always like what we have observed before the trade war between China and the United States. We are seeing that there are maybe in the future, there are quite different hubs of the trade. One is in the North America, another one is around the Asia, especially the East Asia and the Southeast Asia. Actually, this is happening, and we can expect if nothing has to be done to interfere with the trend, it will continue to do more in the future. If we're looking at the trend, I used the past 20 months data about the trend between China and the United States from the custom of China. We can observe that the export to the United States is decreasing. Actually, I would say that from the general trend, it is decreasing, but not in a very big term. If you are looking at another indicator about the share of the export to the United States in China, it is also decreasing. But if you are trying to separate the terms into two, I mean, for the first 12 months of last year and this year, you may find that from the beginning of this year, the share of export to the United States is increasing. So, but if we're looking at another indicators about imports from United States to China, that trend is just on the other direction. The share of the United States import in China's total imports is decreasing. So there will be some scissors shape for the different, the attitudes of the trade. But if we are going to look at the sectoral distribution, they are quite a bit different. So if we're looking at the China's import from United States, I found that altogether there are 97 categories as a HS code for the HS code 2 categories. Among them, there are about 51 of them are increasing, while another 47 is decreasing. So the mainly things that we import more from the United States, including the living animals, the tobaccos, and also some of the ships. And for the categories of decreasing includes the grains, the seeds like the soybeans, the cottons, and some of the the collections or other things. So it's a normally average between the increase and the decrease of the different sectors. But if you are looking at another for the export to the United States, it is much more different. So for the sectors that has been greater than the 20 months ago, there are only 19 sectors. Well, for the decrease, there are altogether 78 categories. So it seems that when we are trying to export to the United States, there are more negative effects by or different factors between China and the United States. And among them, what are the mainly increase, including some animals, plants, or of the oils, the zinc, and some other kind of most diversified products. For the decrease, including some of the fireworks or the aircraft. So we are seeing that if we are trying to put it in a very general pattern, that we can find that the export has been impacted much more than the import from United States. So as for the last part, I would say that trade between China and United States is in the different ways. When we are trying to make it clear that Chinese companies are really want to know whether it is possible to keep stabilities of the trade environment. So just at the beginning of the trade war between China and the United States, I think that the trade patterns has fluctuated a lot. And at the beginning, many companies believe that it will be only a short term of impact. And they still want to trying to do more to continue their business. But after several years, they say that maybe it's a irreversible trend, and they will trying to use different strategies. If you are looking at certain examples, like for the EVs, many Chinese companies are doing business and investing in Mexico, in the supply chains around the United States. They want to use the opportunities of the growth of the market. Well, for the, after several years, I think that many Chinese companies are trying to look at the uncertainty, whether it is good for them or whether they can do something to interfere with this. And in this progress, I will see that the business, the private sectors are doing quite different compared with the past conflicts between China and the United States. In the past, in the previous years, many of the private sectors will stand out to see that we should not do that. We should not try to spoil or trying to destroy the relationship between us. But this time, I think that especially after the Trump administrations, there's very few of them are trying to stand out and to see that we will not want uncertainties. Well, the uncertainties is really are very dangerous things, because if we are looking at WTO as a plenary platforms, we see that although there are so many members are trying to reach some consensus, there's only one agreement has been achieved. That is trade facilitation agreement. Trade facilitation is not only to simplify the procedure requirement, but also give some certainties about the environment. So it means that especially for the actors, for the big economies, they depend much more than the smaller economies on the stabilities of the trade. Well, the uncertainty also makes the business guess and its location of the resources will be not most efficient. As we know that many companies will also include the political stability as one of the costs when they are trying to decide where they should put their factories. And if they are putting more uncertainties, they will make shorter term of decisions compared with longer term. It means that they will not put too much money on the research and development, instead just trying to copy from others. And that is definitely not good for the innovation. Well, China is not trying to make export, not only trying to make export stable, but also trying to boost the import for its people. So you can see that the CIIE, the exhibitions, is trying to make better use of the import. And in this regard, maybe sometimes we know that China has learned a lot from the United States. I have to admit it. And in the recent years, the consideration were not only limited on the economic levels. So we are learning how can we make the supply chains more secured, and how can we try to address the national security problems. Some people say that China is making much more or even further the United States about the national security, but how can we know that what will happen to meet with in the future if we cannot do something in advance? So I just want to express that what we are trying to do after the trade war, it's a kind of very important impact to give some lessons to Chinese government that we should not only trying to be so naive that the world is just like the pattern of its usual ways. So maybe we should try to do more to make it more in the legal based discuss about these issues. Well, the cooperation between the major trading partners would reshape the trade patterns and benefits. The weakest part of people most for the participation in the global supply chain, which is originally been my topic about to discuss today, because when we're talking about the trade disputes, we may find that the weakest and the poorest parties are suffered a lot, and they do not have many rights to speak for themselves. They have to take the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mi, and for your views on trade trends. It's the unhappy part of the U.S.-China relations went from managed trade to no conversations also on trade right now, and we'll see how that goes going forward. Our final speaker, I think he has some very insightful things to say, Dr. Dennis Simon. He's going to speak on, among other topics, on the Science and Technology Agreement also. Dennis, go ahead.
Hi, everyone, and let me thank ICAS again for putting together really an excellent program. And Paul is right, the timing seems to always work to its advantage. It seems to pick the right topic, the right people at the right time. As the last speaker before lunch, it's a little bit hard to figure out always what to say, because a lot of smart people have gone before me and said some very important things, but let me try. I work on Chinese science and technology as well as higher education. I've been doing this for about 40 years, and over the last year and a half, I've been heavily involved in both the renewal, or at least the hope for renewal of the S&T agreement, and also involved in higher education, both of which are really immense topics of importance in the context of the bilateral relationship. And I think it's important to recognize that where the country stood at the time of normalization in 1979, the relationships were very asymmetrical and unequal. The United States was more like the teacher, China was more like the student, and today, basically, the situation has become almost 180 degrees reversed. Both countries now stand at the forefront of technological innovation in many, many fields, and thus the dynamics of the S&T relationship now have far-reaching implications, not only in the bilateral relationship, but also on a global level. Even with the downturn in the Chinese economy that Yukon spoke about, China continues to move ahead in a very significant way with strengthening the performance of its innovation system. Last year, it finally reached 2.55% in terms of R&D spending. It also continues to move ahead with reform and reconfiguration of the institutional structure, particularly with the establishment of the Central S&T Commission, and it also continues continues to move ahead through the rebuilding of its universities with the development and utilization of high-end talent. These are all important areas that are helping to drive the Chinese economy forward, and it does raise a number of questions about, as Paul indicated, whether we have unleashed the dragon by putting the squeeze on China in terms of helping to accelerate China's technological progress. So let me identify 3 events I think that are very important, all 3 of which I've been involved in, but I think they're particularly relevant to the science and technology landscape. First, those of you who may have watched the recent Chinatown Hall organized by the National Committee for U.S. China Relations may remember I had a chance to ask Ambassador Burns explicitly about the future disposition of the S&T agreement. The agreement, as some of you know, was first signed in 1979 and renewed every 5 years, all the way even including 2018, when it was also renewed during the Trump administration, though it was done in the cover of darkness in the night with very little fanfare. Instead of allowing the agreement to elapse this time around in 2023, a decision was made that they would agree to a 6-month extension of the agreement. This is a little bit consistent with what went on last time, in which there were 3 extensions before there finally was a renewal. But this time, both sides have said that they don't want to go through that process again. They want to go and arrive at an agreement at the end of the 6 months. So their job now during this 6 months, 1 month has already passed, is to negotiate the terms of what would be a new S&T agreement. Ambassador Burns' response to my question was anything but optimistic, unfortunately. While his overall remarks at the town hall about U.S.-China relations were generally positive, his comments about the likelihood of the renewal were anything but that. In fact, there continue to be lots of ongoing deliberations inside the U.S. government. The point entity is OES in the State Department about what would be required to renew or reconfigure a new S&T agreement, maybe something called S&T Agreement 2.0. The Chinese side, at the same time, continues to ponder what kind of changes they need to make, given some of the things that have gone on in China, not only to renew the agreement, but China, again, wants to re-energize the agreement so it provides a meaningful roadmap for the future of science and technology cooperation. And in fact, let's remember, despite all the comments about self-strengthening and self-reliance in China, President Xi Jinping continues to emphasize that China's intention is to remain globally engaged. And I think this is something very important to remember. So while the previous cooperation covered many fields of mutual benefit, including agriculture, public health, environmental health, technical standards, the most often cited example of a successful project was the CERC project, the Clean Energy Research Centers that were established during the Obama administration. Clean energy obviously continues to be an important area of potential collaboration, especially if we see it as part of a more comprehensive arrangement for dealing with global climate change. One of the reasons for the CERC's success was that alongside the actual agreement was also a supplemental agreement signed about the disposition of the IPR that might be created through the collaborative research. It saved a lot of headaches down the line so that these issues did not have to be dealt with on a spontaneous basis. But I would argue that it remains to be seen whether the two countries can fully engage one another regarding global climate change without the kind of framework that has been in place and provided by the S&T Cooperation Agreement over the last 40 years. The deadline for some action is February 2024. The central problem right now that both sides face is whether the two countries can figure out how to incorporate a slew of new problems and issues into a workable agreement. Most of these issues were not even considered in 1979, and they include today, of course, as we know, data security and access, cybersecurity, personal security, and military-civil fusion, as well as some of the older issues or lingering issues like IPR protection, equal access and reciprocity, and adequate funding. I mentioned the funding issue because without adequate congressional budgetary support, the relevant U.S. government agencies will not have the money to continue existing projects, let alone begin new activities. Of course, the government-government relationship has been far exceeded by cooperation between universities, think tanks, research institutes, and even corporations. Nonetheless, the existence of the agreement does provide an umbrella that implies the blessing of both governments that cooperation in science and technology is important for both countries. The second event I want to mention is the current study that's going on under the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine on talent issues. Last week, the committee overseeing the Talent Project heard several presentations, including one by myself, about the state of China's talent strategy, the international recruitment of talent by China, and the progress of Chinese researchers have made in terms of cited papers in Tier 1 referee journals. I don't speak for the committee here, and it would be premature of me to suggest at all that they've made up any of their conclusions. That said, it became rather clear after the presentation of those papers, as well as several other papers, that the United States and China, through their research cooperation, as well as through the student and scholar exchanges, remain highly interdependent, and that the U.S. talent pipeline would suffer immensely if there was a sharp drop-off in the number of Chinese students and scholars coming to the United States. The abrupt growth in the number of Chinese scholars already leaving the United States to return back to China or even go to third countries is already a reason of concern as we look at the continued reverberations of the China Initiative, even though that program has seemingly been terminated. Now, some of the decline in numbers of Chinese students coming to the U.S. may be the result of a much more significant phenomena, namely the rapid rise of Chinese universities and the desire of many Chinese faculty members to retain the best and brightest students back in China. New data from Tsinghua University, for example, has showed a 50% increase in the number of undergraduate students deciding to remain in China for their advanced study rather than go overseas. Suffice to say that a decline in S&T cooperation combined with some kind of sharp decline in student and scholar exchanges would be damaging to both countries. And finally, the third event I want to discuss is specifically related to U.S.-China education cooperation and exchanges. As we all know, the S&T relationship and the education relationship had been bedrock elements in the bilateral relationship. Even during times of political difficulty, those two areas seemed to thrive. It wasn't that they were, either of them were problem-free, but that both countries seemed to find continuous, ongoing mutual benefit from cooperation in these two areas. In September of this year in New York, under the umbrella of the Institute of International Education and the China Educational Association for International Exchange, 15 top Chinese universities met with 14 U.S. university leaders from public and private universities for 2.5 days to discuss in great detail all aspects of bilateral cooperation in higher education. The topics covered included undergraduate and graduate education, the future of scholarly exchanges, university research collaboration, campus issues, and any relevant policy issues such as visas. The discussions were extremely frank, extremely direct, and extremely honest in all respects, with both sides committed to continuing the dialogue with a follow-up meeting in Beijing in 2024. Putting together such a meeting wasn't easy, particularly on the U.S. side, because many senior university administrators at U.S. universities told us while they would like to attend such a meeting, they could not secure the necessary approval from those above them, particularly because of legislative pressures on their universities. The meeting was conducted according to Chatham House rules so that we could facilitate the bringing together of the toughest issues on the table, including academic freedom, interference on campuses, student censorship, IP protection, and the imbalance in student exchanges that has been mentioned already, the 290,000 Chinese students versus the so-called 400 American students that are in China. I can say, being at the meeting, that everyone in the room recognized, Chinese side and U.S. side, recognized the urgent need to achieve a better balance with a focus clearly on getting more U.S. students to go to China. The upshot of the meeting was both positive and forward-looking, in contrast to what I heard about the Science and Technology Agreement. It was a form of people-to-people diplomacy, though I'm certain both governments were aware of what was occurring, even if not in great detail. One of the lingering issues to consider is the impact of the souring of bilateral relations on both university internationalization and on cross-border research cooperation among universities, especially on the U.S. side. Many American universities, as I stand here speaking to you today, especially public universities, are nervous, hesitant, and even reluctant to engage with China for fear of losing federal funding that come to their respective universities. This is true even in areas we would consider to be quite separate from potential military applications. In conclusion, let me say that the future of U.S.-China relations in science and technology will continue to be complex and multifaceted. It will continue to be shaped, as we've heard today, by a combination of geopolitical rivalry, national security concern, supply chain diversification, and even ethical and regulatory issues, especially tied to the use of things like artificial intelligence. Last night, I spent 3 hours on the phone with Chinese colleagues talking about how the U.S. and China could utilize artificial intelligence to solve global challenge issues. That's how serious that they are about this. And the big questions are not even about that. They're about global governance and collaboration, which stand out as really the most vexing. Because of the asymmetries that once existed, they've gradually disappeared. They no longer really plague the relationship, but China no longer wants to sit on the sidelines of the rulemaking and agenda-setting processes that cut across everything from global trade to technical standards to international management of the Internet. I also believe that we need to think about the type of innovation ecosystem and global talent pool that we want to see emerge in the coming decades. Evidence has shown that bilateral and multilateral collaboration in science and technology are the keys to innovation success, and that has been the case now for the last half a dozen or more years. But unfortunately, we seem to have entered a period of so-called fragmented globalization, which have raised all sorts of issues about how integrated the United States and China really want to be with one another. At the people-to-people level, there's still a strong desire, but that too is being attacked, and in many cases, questions raised. I would argue that the benefits derived from the synergies between both countries in research and talent development would seem to outweigh the risks. It doesn't mean that there are zero risks. It means that both governments will have to figure out a way to manage those risks if we are to capture the benefits that are sitting right in front of us. The decisions made by our two countries clearly will have profound impact on the global technological landscape, and particularly the impact on these global challenge issues like climate change. But as we move forward and as we look ahead, I think it's very imperative that we strive to find common ground to build what I would call a foundation of trust, a foundation of cooperation, and a foundation where we can find shared norms while acknowledging the rivalry and contention between one another in a number of different areas. So I will stop here. Thank you for your attention, and I hope we'll have a chance to discuss these more. Thank you.
Thank you for your panoramic view, Dennis, of science and technology exchanges and the state of play, and also for that insight with regard to climate change, how the science and technology agreement plays into the framework of US and China engaging each other on the issue of climate change. We are well over time. Should we take questions now, a question or two, or should we cut for lunch? Let's have one question from, go ahead, Alex. Yeah.
Thank you. I am Alex from CG Canada. I have a specific question to Paul. You mentioned that you didn't want to go to details about the Huawei's Mate 60 Pro, but my question is about the details. It seems like it's SMIC, Zhongxin Guoji made this advanced chips for Huawei, it looks like. So here's the question. Do you think it's the failure of the U.S. Advanced chips export restriction to China? And another small question is according to my source, he is an employee from SMIC. He said it's not possible for us to make this 5G chips for Huawei because we are on the sanction list. We are not allowed to make this. I don't know if SMIC is allowed to use the DUV equipment to make this 5G nanots, 7 nanometers for Huawei. Please clarify. And
okay.
Questions about to what extent do you think China considers it like either the advanced chip manufacturing? To what extent they can use the advanced packing technology, chip 3D to make
Okay,
up?
we could spend an hour on each one of those. But quick answer. So the failure, no, you should not. It makes no sense to view SMIC's manufacturing of some layers at 7 nanometers as a failure because they had all that equipment before October 7th. So they were quite capable of doing that. The technique was used previously by TSMC. So it's well known in the industry, multi-patterning. It does have implications because you can't get high commercial yields, for example, around pushing your DUV equipment to the limits, essentially, right? But so those tools were designed, not designed for that node, but are capable of doing that. So it's not a failure because they had all that before October 7th. But the bigger issue then is SMIC. SMIC is a very complicated company. Many of their clients are U.S. companies like Qualcomm and others. They manufacture a lot of chips for U.S. companies. So the question is where to draw the line around these controls. And it's been difficult because no individual piece of equipment that they're using is specifically designed for a certain node. And so that's why the new controls that we came out today and that are trying to plug some of the loopholes will extend the types of equipment that are going to be controlled. But the licensing decisions around these are really important because it's tricky because some parts of SMIC are manufacturing at more mature nodes and supplying U.S. companies, and some are, of course, every company, every foundry is always trying to develop more advanced node capabilities. So, and then the question of sort of whether it's a failure, again, it depends on what the goal of the control was. Here, if the goal was to prevent Huawei from making consumer handsets, then arguably it's failed because between the design that Huawei was able to do for that chip, including putting in some 5.5G elements like satellite communications and those kinds of things, they were sort of able to design around some of the limitations of the technology that they were being forced to use. So it's sort of a success for China and for Huawei, but on the other hand, Huawei was designing chips at much more advanced nodes before the controls. So all these things depend on sort of where what your viewpoint is on this. And then the question of, your other question, the roadmap here is tricky because those tools potentially could go to 5 nanometers, for example. But again, you're going to run into the really tough issues around yields and commercial yields and how do you scale that to produce the numbers of these very advanced semiconductors that Huawei would need to compete. And the other question is, again, Huawei is only going to be able to compete domestically because the other restrictions around Huawei not being able to use Android and Google mobility services, for example, will prevent Huawei from competing globally. So again, it depends on sort of what part of the equation you're looking at. But I think my broader observation earlier was that the whole issue has incentivized Chinese tool companies and the whole vertical supply chain of tool makers, for example, that works with foundries to improve. And the Chinese government, of course, is putting in place lots of other new incentives to make to favor sort of the semiconductor tool manufacturing sector. So it'll be. Over time, we'll see how that evolves, but eventually those Chinese companies are going to move up and be able to produce better and better tools, but it's not easy and it will take time.
Should we have one more? Okay, let's go. One more.
I was going to ask 2 questions, but I'll ask one and I'll be brief. Mr. Rhinos, you mentioned the battleground for running faster is not China, but in places like Latin America, Africa, the Middle East. You didn't include Southeast Asia. Is there a reason for that? Thank you.
No, I forgot.
We're late, so we're going to shut up the panel down out here. I want to thank all the panelists for excellent presentations. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We apologize that we don't really have any time to go to a lot of the excellent speaker. I'm pretty sure our audience have a lot of questions for all of you. Or make sure maybe you can see next year we're going to extend a half-day program to have a one-day program. So we're going to have buffet lunch waiting outside of the conference room. We'll be back. And we're happy to have Ms. Amy Salico to join us for the luncheon speech later. Thank you. Let me take a photo for you.
When were you in Beijing? I just was in September. September, just a month ago. Yeah. Shuttling between Kajibu and the embassy, going back and forth.
Narrative is still weird. Let's get payments and all that kind of stuff.
No,
yeah, the app is really
I only pay wait.
Yeah, bank account.
Yeah, I never pay.
Great comments, everybody. Dennis Simon, particularly. Good comments. I always like your insight. I'm not sure we solved any problems here, but
Hello. Get some nice food and nice coffee for a little break. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Amy Salico for her luncheon speech, and then Dr. Liu again, I give you another task to moderate the discussion. Thank you. Welcome.
I know that you are all enjoying your lunch and networking, but we do have a very exciting lunch speaker. So I want to quickly introduce her. So if you look at all the speakers this morning, they're either active government official like Xie Yuan, or they are former government officials like Dennis Wilder, or academics. But our speaker basically is a combination of all. So she started, of course, as a college student. I checked, and her aspiration was to become a historian of China. And then something happened. I don't know what happened, but Amy will be able to share with us that she stopped pursuing the academic dream and joined the Foreign Service. And that is a very exciting career. Very rarely you run into someone who had worked at 4 U.S. government agencies. So at the Commerce, at USTR, at Defense, and at State. And then she was telling somebody that in 2007, she suddenly decided she's going to Shanghai. So she left her rising career at the federal government and decided to work in the private sector. And in the private sector, of course, she got to work with Secretary Madeleine Albright, day in, day out. So, and then she also worked, I don't know for how long, at what Professor Lambton talked about, the Johns Hopkins Nanjing Center as a chief program developer over there. And so that's the academic part of it. So the combination of all three, I think her perspective on this relationship, her career, and the rise and the fall of the relationship, I think they are all intimately and very tightly interconnected. So we will hear from Amy Salico on her perspectives, where this relationship is and where this relationship is going to go to, and what role she will play, big or small. So the floor is yours, Amy.
Thank you so much, Yahweh, for that kind introduction. So often, in my current role as a partner at Albright Stonebridge Group, I'm discussing China with business community members. And so, of course, I refer to myself as a one-trick pony because all I've ever done in my 30-year career is China. But here I am standing before all of you, and of course, most of you outdo me on that. But I do think as what I'm going to talk about today, we've heard a lot, and I was listening in by Zoom throughout the morning and really appreciated all of the remarks, the call out to the Hopkins Nanjing Center, of which I'm a proud alumna and former employee, thanks to my professor, Mike Lambton, and mentor. I thought I would talk a little bit about where the relationship could go in the short term. But I do want to put a little context around Yahweh's very generous introduction and talk about me watching U.S. China relations from my perch in academia, as a student at Johns Hopkins, and then in the U.S. government, and now, of course, for the past 16 years in the business community. And so I think it's interesting when I think back, I was working in the U.S. Embassy in Beijing in the summer of 1997 when Hong Kong returned, of course, to China. I was at our consulate in Shanghai when China acceded to the WTO in 2001, and prior to that, as Dennis Wilder mentioned this morning, President Bush traveled to join the APEC summit in Shanghai. I was a lowly control officer for many of the events there. That, of course, was the same year that the EP3 incident happened in China. And, you know, watching the way that our two countries were able to manage a very, very difficult event is remarkable today, because I think all of us would shudder to think what would happen if there were some kind of military accident between our two countries today. But back then, in the spring of 2001, of course, China wanted to join the World Trade Organization. The United States was a major supporter of that, and we were trying to finalize negotiations. The business community was a major promoter of that. China was going to be hosting APEC that fall, and so there were so many reasons between the two governments to manage that crisis that happened when there was an accident. And of course, a Chinese pilot's life was lost and American airmen landed on Hainan Island. Thinking back on it, that those American service members were sent back home with no problem, the plane eventually was sent home, is something that we all need to aspire to again today. I was working at the International Monetary Fund when I was prior to going to SAIS, and seeing just how important China's ambitions were to become a member of the global economy, integrated with the global system. That motivated me to leave behind my aspiration to become a Chinese historian. I'm sure I would have been a poor one, but I was a very interested and an avid undergraduate student of modern Chinese history. But I really did, working for the People's Bank of China Monetary Fund, get this window into how serious the Chinese government was about its opportunities as an economic superpower. I think even then, this was in the mid-90s, there were these ambitions for China really to take its rightful place as the second largest economy in the world, and of course, probably in my lifetime, the largest economy in the world. And of course, this past year, as a member of the business community, I've watched the U.S. China bilateral trade relationship top $700 billion, an incredible number amidst all the tensions that we rightly talk about and focus on. There is such an incredibly important economic relationship between our two countries. It needs to be nurtured. It needs to be protected. It needs also to take into consideration national security issues that will limit its continued development in some ways. But I'm a firm believer that if we're going to have a small yard and high fence, we need to work together to set those limits on the bilateral relationship and not just impose our views on the other without actually having real consultations about cost benefits, about national security considerations, and about the larger impetus that I think so many of us still lean on for the U.S. and China to have some kind of ballast in this relationship that, of course, will continue to weather so many storms. So in my remarks, I'd just like to touch on 3 topics before we sit down to a conversation. And the first being what everybody else has been talking about at this fantastic program. And thank you again, Dr. Hong. I think ICAS has put together such a rich program today. I've taken so much away from it. First and foremost, I have to say what Professor Lambton said this morning, helping us think in a straightforward, realistic, and honest way about the limits that we are placing in some ways on ourselves through our government's interactions and the lens through which our governments look at one another. So I want to talk a little bit about the official relationship and what are the signposts that perhaps we should be looking for to see if we really can see some stabilization in the relationship in the short term going into 2024, a year we know is going to be a difficult year for the relationship. I would like to touch upon the issue that I work on day in and day out, and that is how geopolitical and economic issues are impacting American companies operating in the China market, because I think the American business community, just like the Chinese business community, are very important stakeholders in promoting the benefits of the relationship. And as you've heard from others, and as you'll hear from me, of course, there is lowered levels of optimism on both sides about the trade and investment flows that our two countries can see in this current environment. And then finally, I want to just end with thinking about what this means for us. None of us are members of the U.S. or Chinese governments. And so what is our role as advocates for stabilization in a relationship that won't look like the good old days that I fully appreciate, remember, and look back on so fondly. But what is it that our two countries can come together and create through us, through people advocating for some kind of accommodation, some kind of cooperation, amidst a very clear-eyed view of where the limitations will remain in certain areas. So I thought I would start off talking just very briefly about some of the signposts that I think we're going to be looking at, even as quickly as this week in the U.S., to give us an idea of when President Xi, and we really are, knock on wood, hoping that President Xi comes to San Francisco in a few weeks from now. But I think this week is a good place to start. Of course, the Belt and Road Forum happening in Beijing. Right now, the over 100 countries that are represented there, and the conversations that President Xi is having with global leaders that in some ways are tearing apart this idea of the U.S. and China coming together. There's been a lot of focus on what President Xi and President Putin have said about the war in Israel. And I think, as we heard repeatedly this morning, that is a litmus test for this relationship, how we can talk about, atrocities committed and the work of a terrorist organization. And I do think it's also an opportunity for our two countries to come together, because we are both so very interested in that region of the world. We both have relationships, we both have interests that we want to maintain. That is an opportunity for us, although I have to say we've gotten off to a really bad start. And so seeing what else comes out of the Belt and Road Forum, and on the sidelines of it, China's meetings with foreign government officials, China's remarks on the crisis in Israel. As Dennis Wilder said this morning, I think China has already moved some, and my hope is that they'll move further. But I don't just want to focus on Beijing this week. I want to focus on what's going to happen next week here in Washington, this week in Washington as well, and that is, of course, that the European Commission's two top leaders, the President and the Commissioner, are both coming to Washington, D.C. for a U.S.-EU dialogue. And what we're understanding about that two-day summit that's about to happen, a lot of it is going to be about China. Unsurprising, as many have said today, these issues around global supply chains and resilience, redundancy, de-risking are all going to be part of that discussion, but so will Israel, so will Ukraine, and so will Taiwan, be issues that these three leaders, President Biden and these two European Commission leaders, will be talking about. And I think what's important for all of us to listen is, where is the part of the conversation that will be focused on what we can do with China together, and where China, as so many other speakers have said, is so critically important in dealing with global issues of concern. And we can come back to the same issues that I just said, but there's others as well. And then, of course, we're looking at the sidelines of the APEC meeting. Of course, Foreign Minister Wang Yi will be here, we hope, first next week, laying the groundwork for President Xi to arrive. Fully agree with my colleague Paul Triolo, who mentioned that today's announcements coming out of the Commerce Department shouldn't be derailing opportunities either for the foreign minister to come here or, of course, for President Xi. These updates to these October 7th rules have been known about for quite some time, and the U.S. government has been coordinating with China so that there's no surprise in the lead up to President Xi. Clearly, as would be the case of any global leader, doesn't want to be embarrassed and surprised before he comes to the United States. And I think that kind of courtesy and that kind of planning is what our two leaders need to come out of APEC with as well. And I think on that, we really do need to see a shift in the rhetoric coming out of Washington and coming out of Beijing in talking about the global competition that the U.S. and China will continue to wage, but not as a zero-sum game. And although I totally agreed with Bill Reich in talking about the analogy of the marathon, you can either win by running faster or tripping the other guy. I think that is a very poor analogy for how competition with China should operate. I think we should talk about our interests, our shared interests, but then our diverging interests, and still try to accommodate one another. Some of this is very difficult because among the biggest cheerleaders here in Washington for the bilateral relationship for so many years have been the business community that has seen so much growth in commercial opportunities in China and so much future potential in the China market. But let me just read for you the very beginning of the U.S. China Business Council's latest survey conducted of American companies on the ground in China. And this is in the introduction, in fact, the first paragraph. Geopolitics is the single largest issue weighing down business sentiment over the long term. Continued deterioration in U.S.-China relationship over the last 12 months has led to uncertainty, lost sales, and rising costs for more U.S.-China Business Council member companies than ever before. Bilateral tensions, among other factors, are contributing to delayed or canceled investments in China, and while very few firms plan to exit the China market, many companies are adjusting their China-specific business operations, strategies, and supply chains to mitigate the impact of increasing tension. The American Chamber of Commerce, the European Chamber of Commerce also came out with their annual surveys of operating in the China market and had very similar results, saying that geopolitical tensions, China's uncertain environment for companies operating on the ground because of regulatory opacity, national security overlay on trade and economic policies, have weighed on them more than ever before, leading to lower optimism about their 5-year outlooks. And so for the American business community, it needs to continue to advocate in Beijing in order to continue to have what it wants to have, which is opportunity to continue to grow, to innovate, to source from China, to manufacture in China, and of course to sell to Chinese consumers. That does require changes in Beijing. But as Paul talked about in his remarks, it's not just Beijing that is inhibiting American and European business in China. Of course, it's American policy too. And it is this idea of a small yard, high fence, but the yard getting bigger and bigger, and the rhetoric coming out of U.S. government officials that in some way do continue to reiterate that for American national interest, there is a reason to continue to limit the trade and investment relationship. I think that, lest I just continue being negative, I do want to point to a couple areas where the U.S. business community, the U.S. government, together with Chinese counterparts in the business community in Beijing, public policy world, can look at very discrete areas to try to change that narrative, even if it's amidst a very difficult environment. As we all know, fentanyl is a very significant issue for the United States. The use of this illicit drug in the United States is an American problem and one that we need to deal with head-on here in the United States. But the supply of fentanyl coming in mainly through Mexico, with precursor drugs going from China to Mexico, is a massive problem for every American politician because this issue is impacting every community across the United States. I think distinct from somebody earlier who mentioned the increased sanctions on Chinese businesses, actually see that as a positive thing. I think rather than blaming the Chinese government for some grand policy of exporting fentanyl to other countries, I think targeting individual bad actors, whether they're in Mexico, they're in Beijing, or they're in the United States facilitating the importation of these products. That's the way we talk seriously about changing a problem and give China credit for working with us to target companies that are contravening at least the spirit of China's past cooperative agreements with the United States to stem the tide of fentanyl trade. Another area where I think we need to look more closely at, and I think it would be useful for the business community to talk more about, are these issues around data controls. Of course, it's one of the top issues that the American and European business community talks about on the ground in China. China's restrictions on data flows, China's enhanced enforcement of data within China, the collection of data, is a very significant issue for trade and investment. However, the fact that the Cybersecurity Administration of China 2 weeks ago published a draft law that would loosen many of the regulations and introduce a negative list approach to what should be restrictive, i.e., everything's allowed unless we say it can't cross borders. These types of data is a real positive development. This rule was released for public comment. Many of our clients have submitted comments either through their industry associations or directly to the Cybersecurity Administration. And this is the kind of move that the U.S. government should be suggesting is a move in the right direction for one of the main issues that American businesses have brought to the U.S. government that is impacting them on the ground in China. And so just in closing, I'd love to get to some questions. I just want to talk about what we all can do outside of the government. And it's following on what I was just talking about. You don't have to be a member of the U.S. business community to want to be an advocate for a return to an overwhelming support for the U.S. and China to have a stable relationship. Advocacy isn't just for business interests or for profit from Chinese companies or American companies. For all of us in this room who aren't in the U.S. government, we have a role in explaining to our public communities across the United States and across China where is the value in U.S.-China relations having less tension around them, less uncertainty around them, and how do we benefit from some enhanced areas of cooperation between our two countries. We've already heard from so many of the speakers individual areas, whether it's S&T cooperation or it's national security issues to reduce the risk of unintended accidents or incidents occurring. But this is one thing that doesn't have to be limited to government action. It has to be enhanced among us in talking about this trust deficit that doesn't just exist between our two governments. Unfortunately, as we all know, it is seeping across our countries, the United States and China, as we look at one another through this lens of increased suspicion. And so I just want to end this conference as we talk about continued challenges in 2024 that we know we're going to face. I think if some of those signposts I mentioned around APEC, around the EU-US summit, around Israel, if we see positive developments, we should be among the people saying, let's take advantage of that low-hanging fruit. Let's applaud some small steps, even if they're not getting to these major strategic issues that our two countries face. We can't sit back and do nothing and expect that the relationship can moderate itself. We have to be a part of that discussion. I'd love to talk more about it through your questions. Thank you.
So we have about 20 minutes for Q&A, and any questions from the floor? Yep, Dr. Wang.
Thank you. Thanks again for Nong, our dear friend, and also your team for putting together this fabulous conference. And my name is Jia Wang. I'm currently the Deputy Director of the China Institute at the University of Alberta. So I did fly in from Western Canada without my cowboy hat. And Nong is also a dear friend and a colleague. She also is our senior fellow, research fellow at the China Institute, and my mentor Gordon Holden is here as well. So we are a policy research think tank. We think about Canada-China issues and also China's diplomacy and China's role globally, economically, and also otherwise. And of course, I very much appreciate your excellent presentation. And as we think about what we can do to potentially help improve relationship, but maybe more importantly to help avoid a major conflict, and it's something we have been thinking about. And recently, just this year, we did a survey of the Chinese public of their views, their global views, including the U.S. and other major powers. Of course, Canada is part of that as well, and we find it's really fascinating. There's some, of course, worrying trends, but also there are some positives. Maybe I'd like to just share a little bit and then see maybe this is an area we can also help to work on. Is when we ask the Chinese public what is the area or areas that China, they perceive, should play a leading role on the global stage. And the number one subject or area is global peace and security. So for the Chinese public, that's overwhelmingly the most important thing. They hope China will take a leadership role in. And the second one, although that could be a little troubling, is China should take leadership in global development of science and technology. And, or technology and innovation. China should be a leader in that. And when we ask in our Canada-China session, what are the barriers to improving Canada-China relations? One of the main barriers, or more importantly, what is a main barrier is, of course, Chinese see Canada as a follower of the U.S. So that's like a barrier improving Canada to improving Canada-China relations. But when it comes to, I think, more importantly, what is not a barrier in improving China-Canada relations, according to the Chinese public, is the value differences. The differences in values, the differences in our systems, at least according to the Chinese public, is not a main barrier. And from that survey, although the Chinese public are a little worry about what is going on in the world, especially during COVID and a lot of isolation, there are concerns about how China is being viewed, but they still have a sense of engagement, pro-engagement, and the majority of the Chinese population still wish to engage with the West, including the US and Canada and many other countries we asked. So out of all the negatives, I think a couple findings through that survey can serve as a positive, and how can we leverage, how can we maybe better understand that, and perhaps use that information to work to find a path forward. Just sort of my question and my comments.
Well, thank you very much for that. It's very interesting. I too, when I went back to China for the first time since COVID in May and June, tried to spend as much time as possible with old friends, Hopkins Nanjing Center classmates, former government interlocutors who are now out of government, just to try to get a sense from people of what are their views of the United States. And of course, here sitting in the bubble of Washington, D.C., it's pretty dark, when you talk to Americans about their views towards China, and again, in this bubble of Washington, D.C., especially so. And I did, on the topics that you're covering here on peace and security and development of science and technology, I heard repeatedly from friends a view that the United States was, of course, undermining the security of the Indo-Pacific region through our actions around Taiwan, and that there's a widely held view that the United States government wants to keep China from continuing to innovate and develop. And those are huge challenges for all of us to address, because I think part of that, we have to unpack what that means. Because if you ask many Americans, and I was just part of a dialogue last week where there was a conversation about where can economic policy go, and most of the conversation was why it can't happen because of issues around national security and around technology competition. And so these are two major areas where the US and China are not seeing eye to eye. And in fact, our government's policies are then coloring the way that we see one another. And so, again, I think it is our responsibility to speak in a straightforward manner to respective governments about where policy moves and rhetoric are bleeding into the broader US-China relationship in a very negative way. Just talking about the consequences of how we talk about one another and how we are setting the stage ourselves as policy, not we, but as our policymakers are impacting just the general public's views of one another. And so I really do think that you've hit on key topics where there needs to be more discussion around the Taiwan issue, around technology competition, so that there can be a deeper understanding here in the United States and in China about what that means. And I'll just talk about Taiwan for one more minute. From my perch in the business community, and that is, as many of you know, so many of my clients, major American corporations, foundations, are concerned about what the impact of some kind of geopolitical event would be on their interests in China, and are asking for real planning around it so that they can diversify, de-risk, as Bill Reinsch said in the last panel, leading to a lot of redundancy that it doesn't really make economic sense, but it makes a lot of risk sense. And when my clients are asked, when they're looking at their presence in China, what could lead to some kind of issue, Taiwan and Russia are the issues around Ukraine. If the Chinese government changed its policy and started to provide support for the Chinese government, that would lead to a lot of multilateral sanctions targeting China. That hasn't happened. We don't anticipate it will happen, but that's a real concern among the US business community, and ditto over Taiwan, some kind of accident or incident around Taiwan. And so I think there's a frenzy that we're about to have some kind of crisis over Taiwan. We are creating that in some ways here in the United States, because that view has pervaded so many boardrooms across the United States, and I'm sure Canada as well. And so I will come back to, I think these are very important issues to talk about. Where are the limitations of where we have to compete, and where can we just focus on education to understand these issues better?
Dr. Naj?
Thanks very much, Amy, for a great talk. As I listen to your talk, again, it echoes my comments this morning. I'm wondering if America is looking at this in a too America-centric manner, and should be starting to talk to their Japanese friends and their South Korean friends and Southeast Asian friends. Last year, I think Japan and China had $391 billion of bilateral trade. It's by and large equal. There's about 37,000 small and medium-sized enterprises, Japanese enterprises in China. They continue to have a deep interest. South Korea is similar. The bilateral trade relationship between ASEAN and China is almost $1 trillion. So it's the biggest bilateral trading relationship. Is it time for American businesses to start to listen to these different countries and their business federations to see how they're balancing some of the challenges, and where do they see opportunities, and how they're building resilience into their economies. I think it's really useful to start to talk to these other countries because they have more experience. I think they're more culturally similar, and they build long-term relationships that are decades long. And I think this is a really important way to engage with China, and it's not only a lesson for the United States, but also for Canada, where I'm from. So it's just, I'd be interested in your thoughts in listening to how much the American business community does communicate with these other countries and other business federations in terms of how they negotiate the challenges, but also maintain those critical opportunities for success and engagement with China. Thank you.
Well, I should just make clear that in all of these surveys that do have a less optimistic outlook, a more pessimistic outlook, 5 years at the China market, there's also a lot of thought around where are the areas where we can continue to grow, and certain, not in every sector, but in some sectors. And I think that, you know, looking at how Japanese companies, South Korean companies, Vietnamese companies, et cetera, Thai companies continue to grow in the China market is certainly important. But I do think the business communities do coordinate in China. And so I would say some of the challenges about, you know, raids in the market, about detentions of nationals working for Japanese as well as American companies, that's continuing to happen across the board. So I take your point, and I think what I think a lot of our partners and allies in the Indo-Pacific would say is, you need to return to a trade agenda in that region in order to compete fairly and in some ways in a positive sense, including with China and other major economies there. And the domestic politics around that, even reducing tariffs with China, is just so difficult around trade questions in general. It's a real constraint, I think, for us that our friends and allies in the region don't face. And so I think you're right. That's why they face fewer problems with their trading relationship. Not that some of the issues don't, but this is where we're tripping ourselves up, I think, here. And that's impacting our ability to operate there.
So one question from online, because when they register, they have questions. So you mentioned about U.S. China Business Council report. You have so many clients. Is it your impression that the business community want to be quiet? They want to do business, but they don't want to go to Congress. Paul mentioned, the chip factory CEOs came to town and lobbied, U.S. government not to have this new document issued, but they were ignored. And so can the business, the business of America is business, right, in the past. So now, has that changed? So the business community are about to say there's nothing they can do, or just try to survive. And then, I was talking to Ambassador Craig Allen. I said, can you get anyone to the Carter Center to talk about U.S.-China business relationship? He said, no one would like to talk about it publicly.
I think publicly is absolutely right. I mean, Paul and I had, 5 or 6 CEOs in China over the past 4 weeks of major American corporations. And so just to underscore, yes, there are challenges operating in the China market, many of them emanating from Washington as well as Beijing, but it's still an incredibly large and important component of our bilateral relationship, just given the size of trade and investment flows. American companies are worried about the ramifications of being seen as continuing to double down in China because of domestic politics here in Washington. Absolutely. There is such a concern that they'll be called to testify before Congress. But before I just continue to say, and so that's the only problem, we also have clients who are facing, regulatory reviews in China where geopolitics is all of a sudden an issue that it never would have been in the past. And so this bleeding of national security and U.S.-China competition into many, many different areas where that U.S. companies have to navigate is harder than ever before. And I think that's why they are loath to talk about it publicly. But I think what the business community will continue to say is we need the U.S. government to support us and not constrain us unduly, because that will impact innovation and competitiveness of the United States on the global stage. And so that's why those companies were in Washington. They didn't succeed in stopping the restrictions, but let's wait and see the implications of some of these restrictions. And if we continue to see the U.S. undermined with our South Korean and Japanese competitors because we face restrictions that they do not vis-a-vis China, the impact on our economy. And so I think the business community is going to continue to knock on the doors of the U.S. government and Beijing and saying, we want to continue to grow in this market. This requires that data, localization law to be loosened, cross-border data flow law to be loosened, or else it's too expensive and unwieldy and difficult for us to continue to operate in the market. But I think even in Beijing, Yahweh, companies don't really want to be in the press there either, because they know this is a contentious part of the relationship rather than just the ballast, the stabilizing force, the very good area in U.S.-China cooperation. It's the tip of the spear of many areas of U.S.-China competition now.
Thank you. Dong Huiyu with China Review News Agency of Hong Kong. And many American media and experts now are talking about the so-called peak China or even collapsing China. And President Biden was talking about the ticking time bomb of Chinese economy. How would you assess the situation of Chinese economy, and how would that impact on the U.S.-China relations? I believe that will impact on the kinds of strategy of competition or even cooperation. So how would that impact on the U.S.-China relations? Thank you.
Sadly, I'm not an economist, but I did hear the earlier Yukon Huang's comments on the Chinese economy, and I really just want to reinforce what he said. Unfortunately, many of the things that are a drag on China's economic growth are some of the policies that are dragging the private sector down. And so we continue to see that too. And what we're all waiting to see, as I think Yukon really accurately described what we've seen this year in the post-COVID restriction recovery and then it really stalling out. Now, of course, all the talk is China is about to release stimulus. When I was in Hong Kong and Beijing in May, there was such pessimism because the government was refusing to talk about stimulus. And then that changed, it started to change in June, but now it does seem like they're going to take some significant steps to try in the short term to help a rebounding growth. But the challenges aren't cyclical, they are structural. And so they are going to require some very, very difficult steps being taken by the Chinese government. And that will reinforce the interest among foreign investors to continue to be in China. The Chinese government rhetorically has said they're going to continue to open up because there's such a role for foreign investment in helping with this recovery. But we need to see more than just talk. We need to see some action on what that actually will mean.
I think that actually wraps up our lunch speech. And shall we thank Amy for sharing her views with us? And Hong Kong is going to conclude the annual meeting of ICAS.
Yeah,
Thank you, Dr. Liu, and thank you especially to Ms. Amy Salico for the wonderful speech and remark following that. As Dr. Liu mentioned, Amy has gone through a career path from government, from business, from policy, education, academia, which has been very well. That are the areas that we need to further understanding the better relationship between China and United States. And then I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you, our panelists and our attendees for very insightful and enlightening discussions. I recall last year when we conclude our annual conference, we raised the question whether we're going to see a more hopeful or a more pessimistic prospect on the U.S.-China relations in 2023. And that question remains still hanging when we try to conclude this year's annual conference. So hopefully in the next annual conference, which marks the 10th anniversary of ICAS, and we don't need to ask the same question again. I want to recall that Dr. mentioned in his opening remark, he said, I quote here, and he said, it's the hope that the annual conference will once again throw out vibrant ideas and solutions to the many challenges being faced, and also articulate a new paradigm of ties to relaunch the U.S.-China relations. I'm not quite sure we have achieved this goal today, but ICAS as the independent think tank with a major mission to promote the exchange of research and policy on the U.S.-China relations, we committed, will continue our role to facilitate a further mutual understanding in the near future. I think that's bring to the end of this conference. Please join me in thanking all our panelists and luncheon and keynote speakers and Dr. Lambton to be very joining us for the whole program. We appreciate that. And all thanks to all participants, virtually here and online. We still have a lot of participants online from China and from Europe, and we can see from the registration link. And thanks to my colleague in ICAS for putting a lot of efforts to putting for logistic arrangement, etc. And I would like to thank our also co-host and for working with ICAS for many years. And looking forward to seeing everybody next year when we celebrate our 10 years anniversary. Thank you very much, everyone.